Nick is like, who are those guys?
So yeah, we'll record that anyways. Yeah, dog, that's just your sunny. That's your smile just lighting up the room. That's all.
That's right.
That just that's your smile lighting up the room.
Gavin, do you
So
do commercials like for toothpaste, stuff like that?
You know what? I don't, but I would consider it, especially if it's for you. I know Silent Worker has been expanding recently, so I'd make some
Yeah,
exceptions.
we'll do a toothpaste just for powerlifters. Just before you squat, because Russ, whenever he squats, he smiles at the end, and you just want to make sure your teeth are like
That's
nice
right.
and clean. So makes sense.
That's right.
fellas, we're back. All you fellas have been on this podcast several times. Holiday special. We're gonna do a look back at 2024, a look ahead at 2025, talk about some major events of 2024 just within the community as well as personally, moments in 2024, um, everything under the sun, right? Things that we'll never forget at 2024. We got our wish lists. I went back and looked at my previous year's wish lists and I got some of them. I'll bring those up. And then our naughty list. And then I'll fire off some questions to you fellas about 2024 and looking ahead at 2025, what to expect. I also have some recapping of major events of 2024, just period in pop culture, kind of a KOTL after dark style, as well as sports. So I have like all the viewerships of the different sports. Some of them might be surprising to you, as well as powerlifting's numbers. And we don't really want to compare because when you talk about, look at Sheffield was huge, absolutely huge. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson did the Super Bowl numbers. It's crazy. We're not going to get there, but we are as healthy as we've ever been. And some other announcements have been made in terms of scheduling for Sheffield and SBD moving into Olympic weightlifting and yada, yada. So, anyways, I think we'll start this bad boy off. Let's do, shall we do a look back at the year that was 2024? We could discuss some of the big moments. First, we'll start generalized, just the sport itself. And then we could kind of go into a little bit more of a on the personal aspect if we like. For me, fellas, one of the big coming to, well, essentially, is this the beginning of the Agata Sitko era? I think it started 2023. Agata Sitko came in second at Worlds, came in 11th at Sheffield, came in second at Girl Power. Okay, 2024, Agata Sitko destroyed at Sheffield. 600 kilos at the 69 kilo class, moved up to the 76 kilo class, fought Carlina Tongatea, of all people, in a battle for the 76 kilo title and won. And Carlina's an absolute monster. And then at Girl Power this year, 627 at a body weight of 71.5 kilos. For me, this is the beginning of the Agata Sitko era. By the way, she's 21 years old. If ever a star has emerged in 2024, at the very least on the women's side, but possibly powerlifting, it's Agata Sitko. Am I crazy here? Did she not dominate in 2024? Is there anybody else who was more dominant than her?
I don't think there's anyone more dominant in the sport, period, like ever. Like if we don't have recency bias in the sort or not recency bias, but like the GOAT conversation comes up a lot and people always talk about legacy and needing longevity, and I think that that's kind of fallen by the wayside recently. I mean, like Austin Perkins has one open world title, but people still call him the GOAT all the time.
Hmm.
Um, so if we just don't have the idea of legacy or like a prolonged period in the sport, if we throw that aside, like how many titles and records in multiple classes does Agata have? And like can anyone even come close to comparing to that level of like being able to dominate multiple classes congruently at the same time?
Yeah. And the thing is, I think is important is who is she beating? Like when she beat the 69s, it's like Leah's weight class. So, and Leah is one of the GOAT, I think we can say, at this point of the sport. I think also like 76, Carlina, when she came into the sport, she was like a storm. Everybody was talking about her crazy performance. I think it even got her the Sheffield wildcard
That's right.
a given year.
Yeah. Carlina's, yeah.
So yeah, so I'm like, when you're able to beat those kind of athletes and also break the record of those weight classes, which aren't weak weight classes, I think. Right now in powerlifting, we don't have any weak weight classes anymore. But I think yeah, that's definitely crazy. And I think what's even more crazy is the way she trains, like the way
Yeah.
she leaves powerlifting. She's an athlete, and I think we have very very few of them in our sport. Usually people are like, I do powerlifting, but she doesn't do powerlifting. She's like an athlete, like those weightlifting Bulgarian weightlifters, where they'll train like twice a day, 3 times a day, only eat like rice, steak, stuff like that. And she gives us that vibe within the powerlifting world, I think.
Yeah, she
She
makes
was,
me want to try 6 times a week SBD. And I know I couldn't, but I'm
that's a bad
tempted.
idea.
Only because she can do it.
It's a bad idea, but
Hey,
I know
so I
she,
think I
it's
think it's
crazy.
doable. I think it's doable.
Of course,
Hey,
you're the
here's,
one to say that of this cast.
No, what I mean by that is I think that people can do more than what they think. Like I'll just give one quick example. So Coco at Worlds, he wasn't satisfied at all with his performance. So I don't want to say like what he did was the right thing to do, but that's what he came up with. And so he started training every day, SBD, for I think he did like almost 2 months without any break. So it wasn't like crazy volume stuff like that, but it was one heavy top set, squat, bench, deadlift every day, like all day for 2 months straight.
I mean, it matches the IG handle, right?
Yeah,
SBD
yeah,
forever.
yeah, yeah. SVD forever, yeah.
well, here's another thing about Agata. In 2024, get this, she competed 9 times. 9
Yeah, it's crazy.
competed. It's freaking crazy. She's an absolute freak. She was made in a laboratory somewhere. It's I can't explain Agata Sitko at 21 years old. And Nick raises a good point. Now, let me ask you, fellas. We talk about GOAT. In a lot of sports, you want to see longevity. Sure, it makes total sense. But a lot of other sports have been around longer than powerlifting. So the gap in terms of progress isn't as great as it is in powerlifting. I gotta check this leg because dogs, I'm like flushed right out. What's going on here?
Gavin, chill, man. Gavin.
Kevin, that smile, Playboy, relax. Relax with that smile, my man. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna turn my top light on.
See, Gavin,
Dude,
you
if only
screwed
he could
yourself,
grow
man.
some hair back, he wouldn't have this issue. But
All right, that works a little better. Okay,
I
so
didn't even get to hear because he has headphones on.
I know that was the point.
so
Ryan,
okay,
you'll
so
have a surprise when you listen back to that segment.
okay, perfect. Oh, good. I got to double back and possibly start editing now. I never edit. Hopefully, I remember it. So when it comes to the GOAT debates and the GOAT conversations, other sports, they've been around for so flipping long. Like you think about the first Super Bowl was around when, baseball around forever, boxing, etc. These sports have been around forever. But in our sport, when we look at, for instance, 2019, that's only 5 years ago, gentlemen. The total, when I was talking to Agata, because Agata floats around 69 kilo to 72 kilo ish. That's what she did, 627 at a body weight of 71.5. All right. That's underneath the classic 72 kilo class. In 2019, we had what we thought at the time was a murderer's row of 72s. From Kimberly Walford to Jessica Bittner there was a murderer's row of them at the time. The total that won that year was 535. That won't win you the 63s. We're getting close to 57s doing 535. So when we talk about Agata Sitko in possible GOAT, and we're talking, well, she doesn't have longevity. How much in our sport right now should that even matter? Are we going to bump her for somebody who's doing at the same body weight almost 100 kilos less because they have longevity, when at the time that longevity meant, just a much lower standard? With all due respect, all of powerlifting was like that at the time, though, right? This isn't just singling one person. We're talking Agata, so I'm using her body weight. But when we think about that, can we say, what? No, it is okay to say Agata's the GOAT. Is that crazy?
I think it's a little too early to say something like that. I think she's dominant currently, and I think she's undoubtedly one of the strongest females to ever live, at least in the strength context for powerlifting. But I think it is a little bit early. It's almost like if John Jones won his first few titles, let's just say few, right? His first few titles, and then calling him the GOAT then. It's like we see the potential and we see the trajectory, but that doesn't mean that that what we see will come to fruition. So you still acknowledge the dominance, the present moment dominance. You still acknowledge the talent. You still acknowledge the work. However, I think time, the only reason why I would consider time at all in the equation is because time equals testing. So like, for example, you have athletes, like you said yourself, she's really young, right? You have athletes who come up really, really fast. I'm even in that group. You come up really, really fast, but then there's a lot of tests over time. And sometimes you rise, sometimes you fall. More often than not, you'll fail, especially if you're in that upper echelon because you're getting the hardest tests. So over time, I think what cultivates the quote unquote like greatest of all time legacy is this ability to continue to rise and overcome these insane, insurmountable challenges, you know? So it's kind of like Amanda Lawrence has been dominant in her class how many years over? So for her, I think to achieve that title, it means winning something like Sheffield, right? Continually winning, let's say, best lifter or something like that. It's because these tests, the difficulty of these tests increase, and then your resilience and your ability to overcome those tests increase as well. So I think it's a little too early to give like a label like that, but at the same time, I think there's 100% potential for it.
Where's the balance then, do we think, fellas? If we can acknowledge that doing on longevity is a tricky conversation in our sport due to how quickly we've risen. So when you take a look at, when you count world titles from yesteryear, Rondell was on here about it, earlier this year, saying 3 world titles from yesteryear equals 1 world title from this year, if not maybe even more. How do we do this? How do we split the math? And who is the GOAT then?
I mean, for me personally, my conversation is very different than I think how most people in the sport would have this conversation because I look at the sport a little bit differently, not better or worse, but I think just different. So, for me, the greatest of all time requires more than just performances. It's your style and it's your impact on the market. So, for example, Arnold Schwarzenegger was not the best bodybuilder of all time, period. Like, I think most of us would probably agree with that. However, you look at his impact on the market, what he did to bodybuilding, what he inspired through bodybuilding, and then, of course, you pair that with his performances and his wins, all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, we have the full package. This guy just might be the greatest of all time. And that's where I think, again, for me, it's a whole package conversation because if you just look at performances, I think you'll be looking at that for almost always. Like there'll never be a time when you can just stop and say, no, this dude is literally the greatest of all time because all these guys are having great performances. And if they're really, really good, you're going to have a guy who has consecutive wins and who is dominant for that period, whether it's 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, doesn't matter. But in order to have like one, you have to start adding some more variables to the equation. So for me, I add, more variables to the equation, but I think most people probably wouldn't do that. And they would probably like look at the performances. But I'm curious as to like what Nick and Pana would say because they've been in the sport, I think, longer than I have and definitely have like a higher IQ when it comes to powerlifting, especially and all of that. So
I think Agata would do very well in a Terminator movie. I think she'd be fine for that.
dude, you want to know something fucking crazy,
It's a
bro?
fact.
She's cutting, right? So I had this conversation with her because I was cutting for a while. She's cutting. She's eating 2,700 calories to cut. And she's losing weight. I have to eat 1,500 calories or less to like actually see the scale fucking move. It's nuts, dude.
Are you doing SBD 6 times a week?
You know what? You're right. You're right.
If they do the Terminator, in the Terminators, Agata Sitko, we're fucked. Okay, nobody's stopping her. I don't know who you're going to get to stop her, but it would take like 10 Jesus Oliverises or something.
She doesn't
But
need a
yeah,
gun. She is the gun.
that's right. That's
No,
right. It's a
I think
problem.
Gavin, you have a very, very solid point. But what I would say is I think that nowadays when people say GOAT, they don't mean what you probably mean when you say GOAT. You know what I mean? I think that nowadays when people say GOAT, it's like currently he's or she's the one we all have in mind, whether it's in a given sport or a given weight class or whatnot. So, you know, um, I would say that with regards to your views, your take on the GOAT, yeah, probably, basketball has Michael Jordan, period, basically. But when you ask like big NBA fans, basketball fans, they'll give you 10 GOATs. LeBron James will probably be on that list, Magic Johnson, whoever. So I would say it's more so, what do you really want to define when you say GOAT? Now, I think in that conversation, I don't think it's necessarily since the beginning of powerlifting is the best athlete ever. I think it's like within the context of current powerlifting, I would agree. I think she's the GOAT right now. Um, so yeah, so I would say it's more so about what you really want to say when you say GOAT.
Like, for instance, she's probably the most talented powerlifter we've ever seen, but she might not have the deepest resume. This
Yeah.
is the issue. So if someone said, "Name me the most talented powerlifter we've seen so far," at the very least on the women's side to make it easier, we could dissect this on the men's, but on the women's side, I would say if someone's like push forward, who you think that is, you can go all through history to beginning to now. Who would you push forward? I think I might push forward Agata. I'd say this is our person if we needed to some kind of representation.
I mean, Gavin brought her up, and I almost feel bad because like Amanda Lawrence is so good that everyone forgets about her because she's so good.
Yeah.
Like she
Yeah.
has dominated her weight class for so long that no one bothers to watch it because it's boring. Like no one watches 84s because you just know Amanda's gonna win. And that's gotta be part of the conversation because it's like if you're so dominant in your class for so long that your viewership drops on that stream, surely that says something, right?
Mm, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think accomplishment wise, it's Amanda Lawrence, actually, to tell you the truth. In terms of titles, she's had so many, and it stretches from 2019 to this era, right through into this era. So she's got a little bit of both. She's got the pre-lockdown era, and then she's got this era as well. And she hasn't fallen off. Now, Eric Helms is on here noticing the progress, though. Her total has only gone up 1 kilo in the past few years. Might she put her foot on the gas? Here's the next question I have for you, gentlemen. Agatha said, I'm going to be targeting Amanda Lawrence, not in 2025, but in 2026. I'm going to make my run in 2025 as a 69. I'll talk to you about that in a second. I think she might actually be the first to do back-to-back Sheffield wins, which the way Sheffield's made, the way it's set up by record breaking, that's insane. To do it in the same weight class. It may be if you jump weight classes because the record's different, but in the same weight class. I don't know if we're going to see this again. Let's put a pin in that conversation for a second. But because we're talking about Amanda Lawrence and GOAT, how realistic is it? At 71.5 kilos, Agata did 627. If she moves up to 84, she doesn't have to fill out all of 84. Could she take out Amanda Lawrence, who's in the late 640s? We're talking 20-kilo discrepancy here.
Yeah,
Why not?
100%.
Yeah.
She could do it at the weight she's at. She doesn't even have to eat. She doesn't have to go up. You could, dude, these like fake fucking ceilings. These things are getting broken every 5 seconds now because finally we have some real grit, competition, and dogs that are trying to hunt. You know what I mean? So every single class right now, look at the 83s, dude. Like it's stupid. It's stupid. They will hit 900 at nationals. Period. Like that's not even. I'm not even debating that in my mind. So, it's. I think 100%. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased because I'm always gonna lean that way, but like she could absolutely take. I think she could hit that and more, even if she were to be aggressive with her cut still. Like if she really wanted to, let's say, somehow obliterate Sheffield or something like that, she could 100% do that. It might take a little bit more time, but I don't see why not. Dude, she's eating 2,700 calories on a cut. Do you understand how many carbs that is?
I can't believe that's a. I can't believe that. Dude, I can't believe
Yeah.
that's our cutting numbers.
No, I agree. I agree. I think Gavin brought up a very, very good point. And I think as athletes, especially like we all want to be the best of our uh, personal weight classes, but competition and opposition creates growth in everything in life, basically. When you have a shop and you sell, pastries, and there is another shop right next door that sells pastries too, you have to find new ways to get the customers over to your shop rather than the other one. And for us powerlifters, it's not any different. So I would say the more the sport will grow, the more athletes are going to, get into the sport or move weight classes or whatnot. It will drive or force the other athletes to adapt or quote unquote die. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons as to why Amanda didn't put up like X amount of kilos on her total is because she doesn't need to. And when you're like, I won worlds 7 times, 8 times, I don't know how many times she won worlds, but probably some of that around that number. Um, and then somebody comes over and you're like, oh, I can't let that happen. I need to, I have to force myself to become stronger on my squat, my bench, my deadlift, whatever. So maybe that's one of the reasons as to why he didn't put, I don't know how many kilos on her total, because she didn't have anybody to chase her down. So, and I think that's exactly what's happening right now in all of the weight classes. Like Gavin said before, that 820, 830 for an 83 was absolutely crazy. Durance and Russ did 845, I think, at Worlds, and now we're talking about possibly 900 within 8 months. That's stupid, doesn't make any sense. But it's forced by the other athletes, by the other 83s, by the other weight classes also. So I think that's really all about um, the context of the sport. And right now, powerlifting is becoming absurdly competitive in all of the weight classes. So all of the athletes have to become stronger if they want to stay on top.
And I think just to
Nick,
double down on like Agata being the GOAT, if that's going to be the original conversation, is like you said, like everyone sort of stakes their claim in their class, and you only get that sort of like rising tide that like raises all ships if someone challenges. But in women's powerlifting, it seems like right now at the top, that challenger in every class is Agata. Like everyone else sort of says like this is my class, I stake my claim, but she is going from like 63 up to 84 just trying to conquer, right? Like it is everyone else wants to defend, but she seems like she's on attack, just trying to take everyone on. And no one else is doing that in like men or women's side, right? So I think GOAT is like a very fluid sort of term. It's like we have a very young sport. Powerlifting isn't that old. So greatest of all time is like what, 10 years. So we can throw it around as much as we want, I think. Every year we can have a new GOAT. And I think right now, 2024's GOAT was probably Agatha. Yeah.
how about this, Nick? I got $1 million on the table for you, and you have to bet with it. We'll say Amanda Lawrence in 2020 did 646. Amanda Lawrence has upped that total PR 1 kilo in 2024. She moved her total 1 kilo. Now in 2026, there's some time here, is when we're going to have the clash with Agata. Does Amanda Lawrence make significant gains on her total, or is that a sitting target that Agata gets to set her sights on?
I don't. Mm, I feel like I have like weird insider knowledge on this, but I don't think Amanda trains very well, and she's never had to. I know that she has almost a bit of ego when she trains, and that is one of the reasons why like her total hasn't ever went up. So I don't. I think it's more so like Amanda will set the number that it's always been set at, and it's Agata's job to reach that. And I don't think it's going to be pushed that hard. That being said, competition does always tend to bring out the best in people. So I think it'll probably be a bit of a bump, 5 to 10 kilos, but not this extraordinary 84 rise where like in the 83s, it has suddenly skyrocketed like 30 keys to be competitive. Um, so I would probably take your $1 million and I would put that into Bitcoin. That seems like the safe bet right now.
Of course.
I'd probably put it on
Oh,
Agata.
always go. I get this Bitcoin.
Agata's Bitcoin right now.
Okay. I got you. Another massive moment in 2024 in another Sheffield champion, but he also won a world title is Gustav Hedlund. Gustav in 2018 won the Junior World Championships, out totaling the Open. You don't often see that. He could have won the Open in Calgary 2018 had he went into the Open. He went into juniors instead. So I remember I was commentating that year thinking, but of course, he's a future star in the Open. But of course, it's almost like the coronation's going to happen relatively soon. Moves into the Open, and it took all the way to 2024. He's had silver medals. He's had fifth places at the World Championships. And finally, here we are. He not only wins a Battle of the 93s, but he won Sheffield, which is crazy. And then followed it up at the World Championships with a bunch of studs in on the roster in the 93s, finally clinching his World Championship in a massive showing for Gustav Hedlund. Is he the powerlifter of the year on the men's side?
No, Joe Bornstein.
Oh.
I don't agree. I don't agree. That's,
With who? Me
you
or
I
know,
have
me or Nick?
83 bias. I have like very clear 83 bias, but
yeah,
You're
I don't
also
agree with
feeling a
Nick
little
here.
under the weather, so we're gonna cut you some
Wow.
slack today.
He's got a
yeah,
fever. He's got a fever.
the warmer
You
tried
may
to
say a
kill me
couple
last
things that are a
night.
little silly, Nick. It's okay.
No, I think, that's very cliche to say, but like we just said, um, competing against the best of the best competitors and competing on your own when you know exactly what total you have to hit in order to, break the world record or this or that is absolutely not the same thing. I think we can all agree here, it's not the same. Um, in combat worlds at Sheffield, you cannot take the jumps you feel that you can have on the day and I feel good enough for 20 kilos, whatever, because you know you're playing a game with the other ones. And I think Gustav winning Sheffield, winning Worlds, like during the same year, I don't know if that makes you automatically the powerlifter of the year on the male side, but you're definitely top three for sure, if not number one, I think.
If
And
I was to try
Joe's
to,
performance was crazy, obviously, but not under the same circumstances as Sheffield or Worlds. And I think you cannot compare the two. That's my take on that.
if I was to steel man the case, um, because I think it's Gustav Hedlund, but if I was to steel man the case for Joey B, just for the sake of it, I would say first off, his roster he went against, even though it was a local meet, was Chris Perez, Angelo, and Delaney, who's a two-time world champ. Like a crazy, that was a world-class roster, and he grabbed a hold of a division and drug them up to a new height, like hold them with him. And everybody's got to recalibrate now due to Bornstein. Like his impact on his division you could argue, is greater than Gustav's impact on his division, where they're all kind of at parity and staying there and moving together. It felt like Joe came and said, 860 won't be enough. And then for him to do what he did, made the entire division be like, he could have been the catalyst of the shakeup, you might say. I'm steel manning. I think it's Gustav, right? I'm just saying, let's have this conversation. Gavin, what are you saying? You look uncomfortable with me, man.
Yeah, you're making my skin crawl a little bit, brother. I don't like how you're
Yeah, all right.
disrespecting the
All right.
93s right now. So here's the thing. First of all, Gustav is a strong friend of mine, pun intended. I love him, and I think he's a phenomenal competitor and a phenomenal champion. I think he carries himself really well. So obviously, I'm a little bit biased when I say this. However, he had more in the tank at both meets, in my opinion, right? And I think what Pana said is absolutely correct. Although I don't compete that way, I used to drink the Kool-Aid a little bit, but now I kind of do it my way. If I think I have it in me, I'm fucking loading it. And if I don't think I have it in me, I'm still loading it. And I think that's how a lot of competitors now have to compete because they realize that that's what it's going to take to win, right? And I know that sounds like corny and cliche and tough guy, whatever, but honestly, it's the truth. Like, I think we're finding that on the third pull, on the third squat, you're loading more than you really should, honestly, because you kind of have to. And I think that's a phenomenal thing. And I think it's great for the spectators. What I'm getting at is I greatly respect what Joe is doing and has done. However, even at my NAPF meet with the world records, right? I know I had more in me, but we had a goal, and the goal was to break that 900 kilo barrier, right? And whether or not I would have been able to total more than the 901 is irrelevant. The reality is what I chose to do. So we're looking at the reality of what Gustav chose to do, not the potential. The problem is that circumstances can dictate choices. So at the SBD rally meet, I'm not saying that Joe didn't have competition. He absolutely had a stacked roster, but what was he winning? Right? There wasn't really something on the line other than I'm going to put up a nasty fucking total and push this class. Whereas at Worlds and Sheffield, quite literally, you have like winning is the goal, period, right? And there is a bit of strategy to that, and especially at Worlds. I mean, we all know that you went on body weight, great, you did a good job. You know, nobody at all wants to try and have to push themselves to the absolute limit on a third pull if they don't have to. So that's kind of what happened, you know. And so I think that Gustav had the potential to push the world record by at least 5 kilos more than he had. He just chose not to because of the circumstances. If Joe Bornstein were in those similar circumstances at Worlds competing against Jones and Russ, do you think he would have went for that 865? Probably not, right? Or it was 865, I think, right? He told
Was, yeah.
he probably wouldn't have gone that high, right? He probably would have done maybe even 850, maybe. But if I had to guess, it would have been some version of like a chip or 2.5 kilos above what ended up being done, or even just a body weight try and match, right? So just thinking about it that way, although Gustav made that choice, that doesn't mean he wasn't capable of doing something in the 93s that Joe Bornstein did in the 83s, if that makes sense.
Nick, what do you say? Can we make an argument that kind of like Gavin was saying with the GOAT debate, it's not just titles, but the impact you made of your class, the impact you made in the community? And talk to me. What do you think about the Joey B?
Yeah, I clear 83 bias. I also kind of just threw in the name because I didn't want us all to agree on Gustav.
That's right.
I think if we're gonna
My
play it
man.
on accolades, yeah, Gustav, Worlds and Sheffield, hard to beat that in 1 year, right? But yeah, like Gavin said, sometimes it's about influence, and the 83s have been stagnant for so long, right? 830 has been the benchmark for, since Gibbs hit it back in 2018. It feels like 830 is just like you hit that and you're good, but like we haven't really reached above that. And Joe comes in, right at 74 as a junior, throws it down is like 860, right? 860 is like the minimum now for like upper echelon 83s. And it's happened so fast, and everyone has like now caught up that it feels like the 4 minute mile in 83s. Like Sean Noriega just put up 850 yesterday, and that sounds like shit now. If he did 850 last year, it would be like, yeah, he's now the best 83 in the world. But now it's just like, damn, you're fourth by like 15 keys. Like 850 isn't good enough. He said it himself. 850 isn't good enough, and that's would not have happened, I don't think, without Joe. And yeah, Gustav had to, or it was in his better interest to sandbag himself. But the 93s have had that sort of like competitive number around 900 for a very long time. The 83s just finally got that, and I think that growing the sport and having that sort of influence to like create more competition within your class and really push the limits of not just yourself but everyone around you that you compete with, I think is influential enough to at least be in the conversation.
Here's a question, because this is a good topic. It's interesting. Let's look at the 83s for a second. And you're right. Holy smokes. 850. Sean Noriega just hit 850. First off, welcome back, Sean Noriega. He was always a top 83. It had been a minute. He had been stuck at 825, but you knew he had the potential, and he put it all together. I got to see the videos on it, but it's he's a welcome back character for the 83s. Good. Now looking at the fact that 850 now is, 15 kilos behind still, and there's a lot of work to be done, is holy smokes. And it might be more than 15 kilos by the time Joey B comes back, because we seen him did 885 in the gym and he attempted 895 or 905, which is insane. In 2024, who would you say was the number 183? We have a world champion. We have a world record holder. We got a young gun who's setting the world on fire and making us all rethink what an 83 can do. And all three of those guys are different people. And then we have the returning 83 GOAT of Russ. Now, I don't think you're going to make the claim that it's going to be Russ, because he took an L head to head with Gerrans. But I'm just saying, it's not clear who the number 183 is. You can make arguments all over the place. Usually you would say it's got to be the world champ, but you could make arguments other places.
I don't know. I think it's Gerrans, brother.
I was gonna say, I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah, I would
Jones
agree.
deserves his flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so I also am going to say Gerrans, but I was hoping someone might steal my case something else for the sake of debate.
I think
For me,
I think Gerrans
I am
had more.
also. What's that?
At Worlds, I think Gerrans had more because
Yeah.
1 week later he competed at Salon Worker, and without any like proper block of training, because he just competed like a week later. I think he did more than what he did at Worlds. And we also, the last pool at Worlds, he had more. Also, I think with his squat, he probably had more there. I think, yeah. And again, like we said, who has the biggest potential right now? Probably Joey has it. But again, competing at Rayleigh and competing at Worlds against Russ, it's not the same, man. So I think right now, up until the moment where all of the best 83s clash, so Sheffield, I think Durance has to be number 183.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I was setting this up hoping that some of you guys would jump in with debate, and that'd be great. But honestly, for me, winning a world title and doing it against the greatest 83 of all time in Russ, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
That clinches it for me.
That's it. That's it right there.
I mean,
It's
it really
against
is.
Russ. Yeah.
But I wasn't, trying to get a little something. I thought somebody might bite on it, but especially Nick was saying Joey is going to be the lifter of the year. I was like, oh, I might be queuing Nick up, but that's okay.
I will say though, I was just wondering, because I obviously, like I said, my IQ of the powerlifting, the name, stats, all that stuff is definitely a lot less than the people in this room. However, so humor me with this question, but Bob Matthews, didn't he beat the 120s at like 106? He weighed in at like 106 or something like that.
He actually is 105 point something. He was legitimate when he said don't get clapped by a 105. He wasn't playing.
Yeah,
he was
105
point.
So like
something.
I feel like that kind of stands for something in the year. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a pretty big deal, no?
But here's the one caveat. And we're going to get into another conversation I have. Rondell Hunt was not there. And that's a pretty big caveat. Now, he is the 120 world champ. But Rondell Hunt is widely regarded as the number 120 in the world. So
yeah, but that's like saying Joe B wasn't at Worlds. You know what I mean? It's like
sort of. Here's the thing. Okay. Yes and no. It's politics that's keeping out Rondell Hunt. This is a tough one. I agree with you. You don't do it until you've done it. But Rondell Hunt's total, he did 1045. He's so much ahead of the other 120s. Okay, well, what do you guys think? Let's talk about Rondell Hunt for a second here. Nick,
I was gonna say it's good for Bob to keep him out of the conversation, because it's just gonna make him fired up and he's just gonna train harder. So like the less you talk about him, the better he'll become. So I just don't bring him up for his own good.
Who's that, Rondell Hunt?
No, Bob. I mean Rondell to an extent too. They both lift very much. They're fueled by ego and like don't leave me out of the conversation. So if you do, they end up better. So it's good for them to just not talk about them almost. Yeah, I mean, I think it's still hard not to give it to Gustav, just because again, it's usually accolades, right? It is usually going to come down to like who wins what. I guess Bob kind of fits in the same niche as like a male Agata in terms of like he will go into whatever weight class he feels challenges him, as opposed to where he thinks he can just win. So yeah, like I think Gavin's right. There's something to be said there. But I mean, I think by the time they finally clash, Rondell and Bob, it'll be closer than anyone thinks. I think it'll actually be very tight.
So let me show you guys this video. First off, Gavin, you're 100%. I think Bob Matthews is, we'll put it this way. Even when I say the Rondell Hunt situation of being the 120 world champ, Rondell is 120. And the fact that Bob is 105, even challenging him, lets you know how special Bob is. I think Bob Matthews is an absolutely pound for pound special talent that I would not sit on this too hard to beat. Oh, fucking pause. No Diddy. Hang on a second.
Dude, that was fucking crazy.
Hey, whoa.
Oh
Easy.
my
Play. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Whoa.
dude.
Not at the Christmas table. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at this. Grandma just left the room.
He's
All right,
opening the
take it easy.
presents
Let
and
me
the
back this up.
closet. Jesus.
Let me back this up. But I would not stand on this too hard that Bob isn't in that conversation. He's got to be. The fact you're a weight class below, winning a world title, regardless who's there, and even in the conversation to face off with Rondell is nuts. And this weight class gap is the biggest. 105 to 120, 15 freaking kilos. That's insane. That's a huge weight class gap. And for Bob to have done what he's done and be even barking down the door of Rondell Hunt, that's crazy. So yeah, I mean, if there's caveats saying, well, Rondell wasn't there, it's like, yeah, well, he was 105. And I do agree with Nick. The battle with Rondell might be closer than we think. Let me play you guys this video. One second. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
They catch up to Rondell, like even like Bob in his last video, like saying, oh yeah, for sure, like I know I'll catch up to Rondell, just like I caught up to Ashton. It's just like, bro, like by all means have faith in yourself, but like, bro,
have faith in myself? Crazy. Rondell Hunt, you are a crazy man. You don't know who I am. Let me not say it. Let me show you.
All right. Rondell Hunt full on. Listen, I gotta be honest. Both those dudes are hilarious in that video. Rondell saying, "Hey, listen, man, by all means, have faith in yourself," and he legitimately started laughing. That doesn't even look like he was laughing for the camera. It looked like he was legitimately thought that was hilarious. But then Bob being like, "Excuse me, did I say something funny over here?" And Bob is not backing down. Bob is doubling down. I think it's going to be a closer battle than people think. And I think with every year that passes, it could be getting closer. However, I don't know where Rondell is at either. He did 10:45. I don't need that. That was before. That was like a year ago. I don't know where Rondell is. None of us do. And I might as well get this out here because we're on it. We'll wait for the wish list in a second, but that is on my wish list. Is that Rondell Hunt returns to IPF Worlds, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Even if he doesn't return to IPF Worlds, he's at Powerlifting America as a guest lifter, and we get in April, which is not too far around the corner, Rondell versus Bob. But I mean, for me, that's one of the biggest showdowns you can have in 2025. Is this close as I think, Pana? Is this close to me and Nick think? Or is this a Rondell? What do you think?
I think, as far as I can remember, Rondell has been at the top of his weight class ever. I remember when he competed in 2018, because Coco competed that year as a sub-junior last year, and I remember he was like, "Oh, there's somebody in the junior that did something crazy," and that person was Rondell. And back then, Bob was doing squats on skateboards and stuff like that, doing funny videos. So the fact that just like some years later, we're comparing somebody that was already at the world stage versus somebody who was doing like, again, like funny videos. And now he's not funny at all. He's like a very, very serious athlete, one of the best of our sport. I think just that fact shows, obviously Rondell has improved significantly since then. But I think who has improved more than him is actually Bob. So I'll be honest, I have no clue. But I think just that fact says a lot about Bob's ego and will to become stronger and will to prove his point. And obviously, Rondell's has that too. So we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bob puts up some kilos of body weight. Like when I would assume that if he knows he's going to go head to head against Rondell, I don't think he'll weigh in at 105. I assume, I hope at least, he'll probably try to weigh in 110, 115, and then have a better chance in terms of body weight against Rondell.
Right now, I think last time I checked, he's about 108. He's struggling to put weight on. I mean, he's getting big. That's
Yeah,
top end. Eventually, we all have our cap. I don't know how big it's going to be, if it's going to be enough. But
yeah,
I'm interested. Here's Rondell once told me, he's on the podcast. Remember when he was going back and forth with Taylor Atwood? And Taylor was like, look, I have all these world titles. You have a junior world title. By the way, 2018, that junior world title, he also out totaled the open. He could have had an open world title that year. He went as a junior. And then politics had nothing to do with him. 4 years he was gone. That's an entire life cycle career in powerlifting at the top end is roughly 4 years. Rondell missed 4 years due to politics, came back in the USAPL because he didn't think Trinidad was going to have an IPF affiliate again. And then 2 weeks later, IPF and Trinidad sorted out and they do have an affiliate again. And now Rondell's suspended and he's been caught in this suspension. For ever since 2018, he hasn't been able to get back to the IPF to get a world title. And Rondell said, and this is true, if I never left, might I have strung together a Taylor Atwood era myself? Might I have only been the world? Rondell says, put forth who you thought would have beat me from then to now in 120. And let's debate this. And he's got an argument. And it's still happening now with Bob. That's why we got to sort it out on the platform, and I love it. This is a good old-fashioned showdown, and I love that Bob's not backing down. But Rondell does have a case, and he says if I rewrote the record books and had the opportunity, it would be me you're talking about, not Taylor Atwood. And it had nothing to do with me not showing up or choosing other avenues. Politics kept me out of the sport and is still keeping him out of the sport now. What do you guys think about this alternate universe that I just provided to you?
I mean, it's a fun like what if, but people also, I mean, it didn't happen. But like, who's to say that people want to like risen to the occasion, right? Like, he brings the competition. Who's to say that other people don't, train better? The same as like, the 83s are with Joe, same as every other class has always done, right? You always try to chase the top. If he's at the top, maybe he sustains it the entire time. Maybe, Tony Cliff kicks it into high gear and kicks his ass or some shit. Who's to say? It's what could have happened, but it didn't. I think it's useless. I think it's pedantic.
It's got to be so tough for Rondell to be
yeah.
on the
Agreed.
outside looking in. Like, damn it. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, but man, you can do what ifs. You know what I mean? So this year, when I competed at Worlds, some weeks prior to that, I tweaked my back. I could have said, "Hey, I'm not competing," and then, "Oh, I didn't lose. I injured my back. I didn't compete." Blah blah blah. So either you show up, and I understand that in his case, it wasn't like he didn't want to show up; he just couldn't, and I get that. But you cannot ask for anything when Taylor Atwood faced all of that, he faced all of the juniors rising. I remember there was a year where a lot of juniors were getting stronger and they were close to Taylor's numbers. And then he put up the show he had to put up. He went through the training sessions he had to go through and then competed the way he had to. I think it's, being a competitive athlete like he is, Rondell, I mean, you cannot claim stuff like that and overlook somebody's accomplishments when that person faced adversity, like Nick said, faced all of the other athletes, the rise of the weight class and stuff like that. So I get his frustration, But at the same time, I think, if it's the Taylor Atwood era, it's because all of us understood what it meant at that moment when Taylor was facing everything he was facing and still, making crazy progress and finishing first place. So I don't agree with that either.
What do you think, Taylor? Or what do you think, Taylor? What do you think, Gavin?
Wow. You know what? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that since he's in the
Yeah,
conversation for being one of the greatest. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess that
yeah,
just
yeah.
that association really made it. No, I don't know. I agree with Pana. I think that I think Rondell is ridiculously strong, and I had the opportunity to finally meet him in person when I was at NAPFs, and really really nice guy. Had a great conversation with him, and I follow his training. I watch his YouTube videos. Like I really enjoy his content and watching him lift. It's nothing against his strength. It's nothing against his numbers. It's nothing even against his own like mindset and his approach to competition. I think it's pretty simple. You can't play the what ifs game like Penna said. And honestly, dude, like if we're gonna go down that rabbit hole, where does it end? Like I could say Saquon Barkley should have been a 10-year world champion in powerlifting, but I mean, how would we ever know? He would have to compete, right? And so it's kind of like it, again, it's shitty because yes, it's a numbers sport. And the beauty of a numbers sport is you don't need to worry about circumstance and environment and who went to head to head. You can just look at the numbers. The but the flip side to that is it matters. It does matter, especially when you're having the conversation of okay, you have somebody who did go neck and neck with multiple people over a long period of time, has made significant progress as a result of it, has had falls and rises versus somebody who really hasn't stepped into the arena fully. That's I think it's you have to have those variables considered when having the conversation. So again, nothing against him or his training or his strength, but I agree with Penn. I just don't think that you can really have the conversation until he's there. Now, all that to say, I don't understand why he can't compete in the IPF. Like somebody's got to break this down to me why he might not be
Sure.
able to do this in 2025.
So in Trinidad and Tobago, when they had that fallout and they didn't have a recognized federation for 4 years, eventually he decided, I'm going USAPL because I need to compete at some point. This is getting crazy. He went USAPL. This is after the split, though. So then once you go USAPL, now you're suspended. So
Yeah.
that's where he's got the suspension. And then Trinidad and Tobago decided, and this is starting to look a little sideways on Rondell. Now that Rondell's suspension is going to be up in February, there's only 1 month sooner in February, which is January, and they made their nationals in January and said you have to be at their nationals to go to Worlds. So while Rondell will be free to compete in 2025, he's being pushed aside to not be able to make their national team, despite the fact he is by far and away the greatest lifter Trinidad has ever produced.
Man, that's
And
fucked up. Why do they got to do that? What the hell was the point of that?
well, there's a lot of politics
What is there
going
going to
on in
be?
Trinidad. I don't,
Damn.
it's tough. This is a tough
All
conversation, my
right.
friend. And
Somebody
it's
call USVI.
I was gonna say,
well,
what route
he's not American though.
Oh,
did
true,
he
true,
use
true.
to get to Worlds in 2018?
What's that?
How did he get to Worlds in 2018? What route was that?
So he was on Trinidad, and it was the following year that the
That it dissolved?
political drama started to
Okay.
ensue and lasted 4 years. 4 years. So finally, instead of waiting to see how things shake up, he's like, I lost 4 years. He decided, I'm going to do a USAPL meet. I've already lost 4 years. 4 years. So then when he does, 2 weeks later, the IPF Trinidad issue was resolved and his suspension's already on.
Oh, so okay, hold on a second. So the reason why it's been so long is because he chose to leave the federation late, per se. So like there was a split a long time ago, as we know, but that was years ago. But then he chose to like officially leave after a year or two, essentially. And I think I remember that meet that he put up like that crazy. The squat was just ridiculous, so much fun to
He
watch.
did a couple. He
But
did a couple
that
USAPL meets. Yeah,
okay,
he could
all
have
right. So
waited it out.
that's why.
He could have, like, everybody in Trinidad was stuck until the political issue was resolved, and this was nothing to do with USAPL, just that Fed wise. But he already lost 4 years and thought this may never get together, or not while I'm still in my prime. So eventually, after 4 years, he cracked. Don't blame him for that. Did a USAPL meet And what do you know? It gets resolved. Trinidad's back in the IPF. And he's like, oh, wow. So when he inquires, what does that mean for me? They're like, oh, no. You're suspended.
So
Now,
who is
this
it
is,
that you think doesn't like Rondell? Like, what's the politics of it?
well, the Trinidad Federation is the one who's going to levy out the suspension and do all the disciplinary actions. And then it would be them who will place who get to make the pathway to Worlds for 2025. In the pathway to
Yeah.
Worlds, they moved their nationals forward to January and then said you have to compete in January, and he's not back until February. Glean what you will, my friend. Glean what you will. However, look, this is tragic. I've never seen this kind of level, a guy being stuck in politics and literally look at the alternate universe again. In some universe, there's a world where he's our Taylor Atwood. And now he's literally just he can't even make it to Worlds. It's crazy this is happening. This is an absolute, he could be 65 years old looking back being like, God damn, you guys did me like that. Now, let me ask you guys this. It's not quite the same, but what if some gleaming of common ground to be like, you have suffered, you have paid enough. How about we give a little bit of an olive branch and just say you are not going to Worlds in 2025, but we will allow you to be a guest lifter at Powerlifting America Nationals against Bob Matthews. At the very least, you get that. You're a guest lifter. Now, let me ask you guys this. He goes head to head with Bob Matthews and he beats Bob Matthews. He's a guest lifter. Bob Matthews is going to be an American champion. Rondell's not American. That doesn't matter. Whoever wins the title is different. He goes head to head with the reigning 120 world champion. Bob Matthews goes on the Worlds and wins 120 again. And he's the world champ. Who in this conversation next year is the number 120?
Well, to be honest with you, it would probably have to be Rondell because he made the trip. Trinidad is not, I don't think is that close to us, right? So
Same time zone-ish, it's just south of you.
Oh, it
It's
is?
not crazy. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, not bad.
But it's
Okay.
head to head. He'll have beaten Bob head to head. Even if Bob wins Worlds, if Rondell, in this scenario, I'm not saying Rondell's going to win. I'm just saying in this scenario, if he comes up as guest lifter and he beats Bob head to head, Bob goes on to win Worlds. Who's the number 120 next year, though?
I feel like there's a really stupid caveat with this little scenario in that I think the longer we take, the more Bob has a chance to actually fill out the class. Because like the big issue with Bob is that he weighs so little for like a 120, right? Quinoa and milk can only get you so far. He's like stuck at 108, maybe 109. But the longer that it sits, like the longer that he settles in, the greater potential he has to beat Rondell. And I think Rondell right now too, if we're gonna like look at the exact timelines, like when is Nationals PA Nats?
April, first week of April.
Yeah, I think Rondell right now, his like training has hit a bit of a stall in terms of like his knees have gone again. I think he just did like an arm wrestling tournament, so his elbow is going to be shot for like a year and a half. At least mine was after I arm wrestled for like 2 hours. So Rondell's going to be, a bit weak if he is to show up at Nats. Bob isn't going to be as strong as he's going to be at the end of the year come Worlds, just because he has time to gain. Whereas like Rondell, I'm pretty sure is like pretty capped in terms of weight class for like a 120. So I feel like that's a very annoying caveat where if Rondell was to win early, like they just wouldn't either be at peak. So like to later have it come out that like, months down the road, Bob puts up a bigger total by whatever amount or wins. I mean, also, what if he was to win Worlds with like less of a total?
That's right.
It's annoying. It's
I just realized something that is, as Nick was explaining this extraordinarily elaborate and well thought out response. What about Sheffield 2025?
Oh yeah, what about little Sheffield, like the little
Or
local
not 2025? You guys know what I mean.
2026.
2026. Yeah. So like that. Actually, though, no, it definitely can't be 2025. But that would be it, dude. Because that to me, he could absolutely earn somehow the wild card, right? All he has to technically do is just be in the
We have two
federation, and then
Sheffields in
SBD gets to pull the
2026
call.
as well. Sorry to cut you off. We have two Sheffield in 2026 as well, remember?
Really? I didn't even know about that. That's
Don't the
what the hell is
current
that?
Sheffield rules dictate that you need to at least participate at Worlds?
They have some wild cards because like
No.
Carlina Tongatea was at Commonwealth Championship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, was it
They had some
international comp then? Because there was like a stipulation where it's
there's an
like you can't just be some random
No, as
like
far as I know, you can. So the wild cards are like, that is their, hey, listen, we are a business. We are
oh,
going to select who is going to make us money kind of play, I think, and who's going to put on a show, right? So that's their like own reserve. Like, hey, we're putting up the capital to do this. We get to freaking choose who goes on this
yeah.
stage. The IPF still has to approve those people that they appoint, though. But either way, they still get to choose. But then the regional, there's like the regional qualification system, I believe, is like an underrepresented region. So like let's say like Carlos. Carlos was able to go and not be like a wild card invite in 24 because the region he's from was underrepresented, and he had, I think, was it the fact that he had like an international meet under his belt, Ryan, or was it that he just like he simply, was in the running for the squat world record? Was there like an official?
he was at Worlds as well. So
He
it
was at
was
work.
he
Okay, so
did
maybe
actually
that's what that was. Yeah, yeah.
No, he
let's
had the
see.
highest percentage total for I think Africa, and Africa didn't have a world champion
South
to
America.
represent them. South America, sorry.
There you go.
So and he did and South America didn't have any champion to represent them. So when so this year, for instance, Kyoto didn't make the local like regional qualifier because Kasemsan won, and because Kasemsan is from Asia, there was no Asian representative. That's why. So Carlos was the highest percentage total, and with an unrepresented region by a world champ.
What's this two Sheffield thing? What is that? What's that about?
Sheffield's gonna be moving to November at the end of the year. So in 1 year, there's gonna be two in 2026 because there's gonna be an overlap. So you'll have a Sheffield. So in 2025, you have your world championship. And they'll at some point when they say, okay, we're moving to November, you have to have your normal one in the winter early of the year for those world champions of the previous summer. And then you know what I mean? The way the calendar will end up falling. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but if you're going to move it to November, one of those years, there's going to be a year with two.
Yeah, but it's like 2 months apart. Like, right? Am I what am
No,
I
so
missing?
what'll
No, so,
happen
so
is
it will be January, I think, 26.
I'll have to double check. Pete showed it in the story, but Worlds 2025, all of those people will go to the one in 2026 in the winter of first quarter, whenever it is. And then Worlds will happen in 2026 summer, and those people will go
Gotcha.
to right. And then
Okay.
from there on, in 2027, there is no more in the first quarter. It's all in the last quarter. So it all works out. But
That's
Frick,
cool.
who knows? If somehow there's a pathway for Rondell to be at Sheffield, oh Nelly.
Dude,
So all right.
100% though. Why not?
But Gavin, doubling back to because you're saying Rondell versus Bob at Sheffield, right?
Not necessarily versus Bob, but just
Okay.
as like if we were saying Bob won, let's say Rondell, Bob go to PA Nats, Bob takes 120s, obviously he's American, then he goes and wins Worlds to figure out who's still in that conversation for like the best, so to speak, for that year. If Rondell's at Sheffield, if he gets the wild card, so Bob will qualify for Sheffield, right? I guess technically it wouldn't be that year, depending on if it's the November one or whatever, but you know what I'm saying. So Bob could get the invite if he wanted to through Worlds. If he chooses not to go like he did this year, then
Yep.
whatever. But Rondell can get the wild card. Therefore, international competition, world records on the line. It's about as good as you're going to get next to Worlds. So if he does that and, obviously obliterates it, even if he doesn't win, he doesn't have to. He just has to do something in the 120s. That's crazy. Then now he's in the conversation. So in other words, Rondell does not have to go to IPF Worlds to solidify himself as like one of the best 120s, if not the best.
Let me throw
That's
this out here.
right.
I'm just to clear up the Sheffield situation, just so we're on the same page. Then we can continue this conversation. But first round selection, 2024 World Classic Open Powerlifting Championship champions who total at least 95% of the world record. Second round, top performing runner up at Worlds based on their total as a percentage of the world record total, with a total at least 95% of the world record. Third round for Sheffield, top performing athlete from each unrepresented IPF region at Worlds with a total of at least 95% of the world record total, up to a max of 10 men, 10 women. Fourth round, top performing athletes from Worlds ranked on their total as a percentage of the world record total, up to a max of 10 men, 10 women, plus wild cards, 2 slots to be selected by SBD. It's the wild card. It'd be the wildest of wild cards. But
It wouldn't be a wild card. It'd just be a pretty normal pick. I mean, it's kind of like dude, if you were gonna say Joe should be a wild card invite for 2025 Sheffield, then how could you not say that Rondell would be considered in that as well?
Pana, who's the number 120 if Bob and Rondell face off at PA Nats and Rondell wins, and Bob goes on to win Worlds?
I think we can all agree that, man, competing at Worlds is different. It's different. So, for instance, Gavin had his face-off with Keiko at their nationals, but then facing him off at Worlds, I think is completely different. So I would say, it's like you're not the same when you're on the world stage. You know what I mean? And I think you have to beat that version in order to claim, to be above the world champion of your weight class. Like right now, yesterday or 2 days ago, Kyoto did the world record for 66, right? He did 725. But I don't rank him above Kassem-san, who won worlds. Although Kyoto, I think, has the highest 66 kg total of the year because of that performance. I would say circumstances do matter. And it's like with fighters. Like if you fight somebody when the title is on the line, it's not the same as if you fight him, without the title on the line, without the attendance. You know what I mean? So I would say, although I do believe that Bob is very, very competitive and he definitely don't want to get beat by Rondell, no matter the circumstances, I think in order to be ranked above the world champion, you have to be the world champion under the circumstances. That's my take.
Nick, they go head to head. Rondell wins. A few months later, Bob goes to Worlds and wins. Who's your number one?
I think it would be Bob. Obviously, depends on what he does at Worlds, right? If at their Nats they do 1030 and at Worlds he does 980, then yeah, obviously. But if the total is close, I probably would still have the guy who did it at Worlds, who won Worlds. So if in your example it's Bob, then I would have Bob, I think.
Nick, what are you saying?
What if, so I can speak on Worlds. I can't speak, unlike you two, about Sheffield. I don't know how Sheffield feels. Probably never will. But
Not with that attitude. What the
not with that attitude.
We gotta work on that.
Regardless, so if we're gonna have Gavin's scenario where it's sort of like, okay, let's say Rondell and Bob head-to-head PA Nats, give it to whoever, it's a toss-up. Let's say it's close enough that it's hard. It's close enough that I guess it would come down to then. Because if you're going to say that Bob winning Worlds would define it no matter what, unless like the totals are crazy, what if Rondell was to then go as a wild card to Sheffield and match or beat whatever total Bob puts up at Worlds? Would you compare those two, or do you think Worlds is different enough than Sheffield that it takes precedence over?
It's harder to compete at Worlds than it is to compete at Sheffield.
Oh, for
Is
sure.
it really?
You can have a
Yeah.
wildly better performance. Sheffield is curated for the athlete. It makes sense for SBD to have athletes do the best they've ever been able to do. So everything from having 2,500 people in front of you, lights, music. The meet is at least 4 hours long, 3.5 hours long. It's probably stretches to 5, honestly. Worlds, you're lucky if you're competing for 3 hours. You're probably competing for 2.5, and then ceremony for 30 minutes. So that's a totally different experiences. Whenever I've traveled to Worlds, I feel like I don't belong there. Like not belong there as an athlete, belong there as in like these aren't my people. You know, I'm not here to have fun. I'm not here to enjoy myself. I'm not here to whatever. It genuinely feels like I'm in an elevator competing. It's very strange. Whereas at Sheffield, it almost feels like home. You know, it feels like you feel like a gladiator almost. You know, you feel like this is the best environment I could possibly have to perform my absolute best. So I think they're two totally different competitions, but all that to say, the pressure is a little bit different too, I guess. You know, like Worlds is a title and it comes down to body weight. Whereas Sheffield, it's like, bro, who gives a fuck, man? This is world records and, you know, just go all out and have as much fun as you can, beating everybody else and beating your previous self. But I don't know, maybe Penna has a different perspective.
No, I would tend to agree with you. So at Worlds, when I compete, I don't want to say I'm anxious because that's not the right word, but I know there are a lot of things at stake because you're representing also your country at Worlds. It's not just yourself, it's not just your personal brand, your sponsors, whatever, it's also your country. And I think it's not the same with Sheffield. Obviously, at Sheffield this year, I was a French athlete for sure, but I was Pana, you know what I mean? Um, and yeah, we'd agree. The environment when you step foot on that platform, it's not the same. At Worlds, unless the primetime sessions where some people show up, sometimes it has happened to me that I compete in front of 10 people. And out of those 10 of them are cousins or aunts or uncles of the other athletes in my flight. So it's not the same lifting in front of an audience with some crazy music. Uh, you know, the energy, yeah. And so this year I had Kyoto against me at Sheffield. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't care about what he was doing. And if he would have beat me, then I would have been fine with that because I had my eyes on the bigger picture, like Gavin said. I wanted to break the world record. I wanted to have the highest placing ever, no matter what uh, Kyoto was doing. So I don't know. But then we all are different. Maybe because if they're flame themselves online, if like Bob and Rondell like they troll themselves and are always like, "Oh, I'm going to beat you. Not going to beat me." Blah blah blah. Maybe they'll have a different, intention. Let's say at Sheffield than maybe what I had me personally. But yeah, I would tend to agree. Competing at Worlds for me was, and I think is harder than competing at Sheffield because Sheffield, everything is perfect. And Worlds, you have to roll with maybe you don't have a good hotel, maybe the accommodation is not well, maybe the flight was horrible, maybe this, maybe that. Sheffield, everything is done for the athletes. And also the 8 minutes flight in the IPF versus the 12 minutes we had at Sheffield does make a difference.
Even like the Gatorades in the warm-up room. The warm-up room is
Yeah,
ridiculously nice in Sheffield. The food that's accommodation for all athletes at Sheffield, it's wild. The rooms and the
yeah,
hotel is freaking phenomenal. Like everything is totally catered to you. It's true. Sheffield, they're like,
yeah.
give us your best. Give us your best individually. How significant is nations in pride of nation at the World Championships? I ask this in a sport. Some people want to lean on more individual versus individual. I love backstories. I love people going head to head. 100%. But the Pro Series failed in USAPL. There could be other reasons for that. But just head to heads wasn't as exciting as people might have thought. Nation versus nation and representing your nation and having the flags and the more of the Olympic feel. Nah, I say Olympic, treading on that softly because some people think Olympics and feel it's like sterile and non-fun. But you can think of soccer and the World Cup and what that does. How freaking big that is when it's nation versus nation. I'm in Canada. I got people driving around with Italian flags and Spanish flags. We're all Canadian, but they just all of a sudden find their roots when the World Cup rolls around. You know what I'm saying? And I've never in my life been to Romania. Lapadat's Romanian. And I shit you not, if they made it to the finals, I'll be wearing a fucking jersey. All right. So it does matter. And it
Yeah.
does bring people in that maybe wouldn't have given a shit. And it does, if you go to Worlds, this year, when the talk of America sweeping, don't tell me that wasn't a storyline. Everybody was talking about it at Worlds, and Team Britain, if they got one, the British were dancing in the streets, and everyone is rallying like, "Yeah, we got one. We got one." That's how they talk. It is there. How much is it there? Nick, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's going to come down to nation by nation. And like, this is like deeply cultural, right? This is going to go down to like, what is your nation's story and like your mythos? Like, Ryan, we just, like, we're both Canadian. Canadians aren't that patriotic for Canada. Let's be honest. Like, we don't have the same sort of like bloodthirsty fervor as like the US or France when it comes to like pride for their nation. And I think with sports that becomes a bit of an issue, right? It is very difficult to be prideful in this. I actually had like a very long conversation last night at the gym about this regarding like state sponsorship for like athletes, because I think with like the Olympics and like states sponsoring for Canadian Olympic athletes, it's like the lowest of any developed country. And that probably comes down to, the taxpayers don't give a shit. Like, why would the average Canadian care about how a Canadian athlete does? It's not pride of nation. We don't really need the prestige. Whereas if you look at like the US, they care very deeply about being number one in everything. And when it comes to athletics, that's probably a very, very good thing. It helps to have, not just funding, but support of your people. And, people are proud of you for being a gold medalist in any sport, really. And then I assume it's the same with France. Like, they're always known for being extremely patriotic, especially as far as European countries go. So I think it comes down country per country. I know when I competed at Worlds, I did care about not making my team look bad in terms of like my coaches and my handlers and whatnot. In terms of like making Canada look good, that never really crossed my mind, to be honest. And I think that
Well,
like that makes me, it doesn't make me a good patriot, but I don't know, just we don't really care. It's not in our cultural identity.
let me ask you this though: if there's a Canadian up competing, does it make a little bit of a difference to you? Be like, all right, go get him.
I just don't think it's ingrained in me. I don't think that like it's ingrained in us as citizens and as people growing up in Canada. It's always like I don't know if you were told this in school, but I was growing up that like we're a tapestry of like all of our nations. Honestly, I feel weirdly more pride when like a Filipino, like my mom's side, does well at the Olympics. When like I don't know their names off the top, so maybe this point goes a bit moot. But like when those like female weightlifters came gold in the Philippines, I was like, yeah, that's something to be like weirdly proud of. I don't know. I love that. And like that comes to like prestige of a nation, like the Philippines doesn't have a lot to put them on the map. So winning gold at the Olympics in weightlifting is huge. Whereas in Canada, we have enough to put us on the map that, the prestige of getting a gold medal is I don't know, we just don't put as much pride on it. I think that Canadians, if anything, pride themselves on like humility and being quite like humble about things. And that almost bites us in the ass when it comes to competitiveness because we just don't have that, I feel.
What do you think? We got an American and a Frenchman in here.
Oh,
Gavin,
they're gonna be so they're gonna be like, no, it's
Gavin's gonna
it's for
stand up,
country and flag.
stand up, hand over heart with a tear in his eye, and
Love
tell you about free speech and tell you about free. He goes, first off,
That's
you guys are
right.
welcome for your freedom. First off, you're welcome for your freedom. That's where we'll start this conversation.
No, I mean, obviously, I do find that the closer to your blood, then the greater the bond potentially. So, if it's a sibling, you cheer, right? And then if it's a close friend, you cheer. And if it's somebody who's on your favorite sports team, maybe you cheer. When it's your country, you cheer. And so it's kind of like it. I think for me, the feeling is it really, and not to, kind of toot our horn here, but we're the United States for a reason. We stand united with one another, and that's a powerful sentiment because the reality is, and especially after traveling and competing all over the world now, the United States is literally like 50 different countries, except we are all united under one banner. And so when you have someone who goes to compete, who's the same distance from me as France is to Germany, France is to Switzerland, Sweden, wherever, it's almost surreal because there's one thing that you have in common, and that is you both stand for the same rights and liberties, so to speak, the same motifs, the same how do I put this? The same love for something. And for some people, it's not that fucking deep, honestly. For me, it's that deep, and growing up, it's always been like that. So me wanting to represent my country on the platform was honestly like Nick, you mentioned humility. For us, I think that is one of the most humble things we could do is we are no longer competing for ourselves. We're competing for something greater than ourselves, and that is our country, which is made up of so many people. And we recognize the privileges we have as a result of the efforts and sacrifices from so many people. And that, I think that that's the beauty of it, right? And so, like, you want to honor that with your performance, with giving your best. And so naturally, yeah, if there's an American athlete on the platform, I'm going to root for them and I'm going to want them to win. I'm going to pull for them. But at the same time, as an athlete, it's tricky because powerlifting is such an individualized sport that you don't, and honestly, like even from like a coaching handler perspective, the American team is very different. Like we don't have our like nationals coach isn't somebody that we may even talk to until the day of, like they're not really in our lives much if we don't want them to be, so to speak. Our handlers, like it's very disjointed. And so it does feel very individual. Like when I compete, especially in the 93s, because every time I've competed, there's been another USA 93. It's like, I mean, it's kind of hard to feel like you're representing your country when at the same time you're really just representing yourself because somebody else is representing the country as well. So it's really like, okay, I'm just going head to head with someone. It's not about my country versus the others. So I think it's a balance, but yeah, absolutely. Like for me, when I see other athletes compete, especially this past Worlds, as bittersweet as it was to be watching as a spectator for the first time in a few years, one thing that was special about it was I got to be fully behind the people that were stepping on the platform wearing the red, white, and blue, and that does mean something to me, absolutely. And I do think that there's a prestige, there's like again, almost like an honor to wear your country's colors and to have achieved a level of excellence that's worthy of your country's standard. And to put your all into that, I think is a beautiful thing. So it definitely has weight and meaning for me. But like I said, the American team is very disjointed in that, like, we're not all, I wouldn't say that we're all super, super connected. And so it doesn't feel like I would imagine, and I know Pana's going to speak on this in a second, but I would imagine like Team France is Team France. Like they really are one team when they show up at Worlds. Whereas Team
Wow.
USA, we're not
I got
really
news for
one
you.
team. Oh, shit.
No,
I better
I got
shut
some
the fuck
stories,
up.
but I believe that shit. Hey, yo, but go on. Sorry.
No, that wrapped it up, man. That was it. Like I said, I don't want to speak for other teams, obviously, but it does feel like maybe just because America is bigger and everybody's coming from all over. But although we kind of have that one common ground, I will say that it never feels like, oh, I'm competing with my team, Team USA. It almost feels like I'm competing against even my own team in a lot of ways, But there is that like I don't want to call it pride, but like an honor in representing your country for sure. Like I feel that absolutely.
Well, before I throw it to Penna, you can be at odds with some of your team members. That'll happen on basketball teams, baseball teams, but you're still part of the team and you want your team to win. And you could be at odds with team members on a national team, but still you're American, you're Canadian, you're French, and you're pulling for your team, like your country, despite the fact that you're at odds with your team members, like Kobe Bryant and Shaq and the stories all throughout history. There are you're still the team. And one thing that reminded me when you started talking about honor and what it means to have that flag and represent your flag. I remember being at a world championships and some kid was on the platform holding one of the flags and talking to some people, and he wasn't super paying attention. And the flag hit the ground and he was somewhat dragging the flag, but he was talking. It was just in his hand. So his arm, he went from this to like arms down and he's talking. The flag's on the ground. He went over to a friend and he's still on the platform. Everyone's watching, the whole crowd. And he walked over and the flag was, his arm was by his side. So his flag is now, the big flag was now dragging on the ground as he walks over. And an older gentleman who the hell knows his backstory, pulled the guy aside and said, "Excuse me, son, you never let that flag touch the ground." And it was like, you knew it meant a little something. There should be some honor and respect with that flag. You're representing the U.S. It's not at your house in the front lawn. You're representing your nation on an international platform with the world watching. Please show respect to that flag. That's it. You know what I mean? Not to get too, and it reminded you, holy shit, it's a little different. I know. What are you thinking, my man?
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Just for you guys to understand the context. So my dad always used to watch like sports on TV when I was young, in the living room. Every sport. It didn't matter. So if there was a Greek athlete, no matter the sport, or a French athlete, because my dad was born in Greece, it he would watch. And sometimes like weird ass sports. So I grew up in that environment. And so when I discovered powerlifting, when I discovered that I was good enough at the sport to represent France, for me, that was one of the biggest honors, I'll be honest. Uh, Not even talking about winning worlds, winning Euros, you winning this, winning that, just being part of Team France, representing the French flag on the international platform, that's a huge deal to me. That was a huge deal to me, and that still is to this day a huge deal to me. Now, do I feel that I represent like France's history or whatnot when I'm competing at Worlds, when I'm lifting weights? Obviously not. But I do believe and I do feel that I'm representing my French fellow lifters who go to the gym, who lift weights, stuff like that. So, but I would agree with you, Ryan, with what you said. So it's more a pride that I feel within myself. But ultimately, I'm representing also myself on that platform. So, but yeah, it's and it's not necessarily a war between nations. It's definitely not about that. I don't want to beat the other nations. It's more so I want to represent uh, greatly and proudly my own nation. Now, with what Gavin said about Team Friends being this united, this, that, we all feel that the grass is greener on the other side. And maybe a lot of people feel that way about Team Friends. I can tell you it's not the case. Now, what's true is um, we're moving as a team. So when it's like TIFF competing, all of our friends, we all go there, we all go to cheer and stuff like that. And that's maybe why you have this impression. But but ultimately, what I want to say is, um, if I have a 93 athlete a French one, and let's say he's going up against Gavin, and Gavin is my dude, so obviously I don't want him to lose, but I also will still cheer on the Frenchman because he's French and he's representing the country. So that's kind of the way I feel about that whole world scenario, and which is why I think although Sheffield is really special and it's really something, uh, I personally am very, very proud as a lifter that we have, and we should all be very proud as a community. I don't think it's above Worlds because Worlds is something very special. Having all of those nations collide during a whole week with all of the athletes around the world competing in order to become the absolute best in the world. I don't think that can be topped no matter what. You know what I mean?
I remember in the Olympic Games, hockey's huge for Canada. And the rivals on the women's side was Team USA and Team Canada. And the Americans knew they were going to face the Canadians in the finals. You were going to face us. I say yes. I mean, I wasn't on the team, right? But
Yeah,
and well, I mean, look at how we take pride, and all of a sudden
yeah,
their
yeah,
win is like we
yeah,
got them,
yeah, yeah,
we
yeah,
won.
yeah,
It's like how
yeah,
many Olympic teams are you on, Playboy? Every time, you know what I mean? But it's how we talk. I just caught myself
yeah,
doing it. A Canadian
yeah,
wins, we won, we beat whatever. But
yeah.
so it's working. The tribalness is working. But so, anyways, Team USA knew they were going to face Canada in the finals, and they put the Canadian flag on the ground in the middle of their locker room that the Americans did. And Team Canada found out and lost their shit and said, "You put our flag on the ground?" And the Americans had to go to the media because the media was doing interviews in the locker rooms and they could see the Canadian flag on the ground. And the Americans, like, we didn't mean it as disrespect. We meant it as we're keeping you on the forefront of our minds that we're going to see you. And the coach is like, I never let anybody walk over that flag. And the Canadians are like, you fucking bet your ass you never let someone walk on our flag. That's not a thank you. And everyone knows the flag never touches the ground. Everyone knows that. It's like a sense of pride. And you put our flag on the ground. So then when Canada won in the finals, the Canadian women, whom to Nick's point aren't usually fired up, like we're not, this isn't usually like us. We're like, I wonder if you want us to sign that flag now. Because it was like a sense, it was like a, if you don't, I know I'm type, I love individual storylines, but to create rivalries, if you have nothing else, where humans are so tribal, just sprinkle a little bit of spice on the nationalities. And it's France versus USA in the women. And it's Team USA talking about sweeping and all the other men on the men. And all the other men are like, excuse me? It'll work. It's still a story. It could still be a storyline. You'll have personal ones, and then you'll have the bigger picture nationality ones, and it'll still work. And when the Olympics roll around, and I don't know a single woman on the women's team of hockey, all of a sudden I hear that story, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to watch these finals. It capped it off. I need to see these finals, and now I'm cheering, and it becomes a little bit more. I don't know. I enjoy it. I'm glad our sport has layers to it. I'm glad we have a little bit of both. Sheffield is an excellent complement on the professional side where you're earning checks and it's more individual, but you still wear your national team jersey because that's what got you there. And it directly complements the world championships because it's all world champions. And I agree with you, Penny. I can't foresee our sport ever moving towards not having a world championship. Because you know what it looks like if you took out world championship and just had Sheffield on its own? So I think they're beautiful compliments. But you know what it would look like if you took out worlds and it just was Sheffield? We'll move into the untested division.
Yeah,
how you like how they're doing? How you like how they perform? How do you like that?
I agree.
Talk about a division that's fallen off. Let's do a quick pee break here, gentlemen, and then we'll come back. I got a bunch more to talk about. But you guys down for a 2 minute?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna pause it because you guys fucking talk about me when I leave. Apparently, I gotta make notes and double back.
It's Pana, dude. He's been cracking jokes this whole time. It's ridiculous, dude. I tried to tell him to calm down, but he's taking his Team France antics over here.
Right.
I'm going to pee too.
We'll do 2 minutes. I'm not sure what to make of the next couple ones. So I'm going to bring these up to you guys and let me know what you think the impact might be for powerlifting. First off, we saw not too long ago, Nike is somewhat being involved in powerlifting, but to what extent? Is this the beginning of something that could be a lot bigger? Is Nike going to start sponsoring athletes and events? Or is Nike just getting into fitness culture, gym culture, and they're not really going to start targeting powerlifting after all? It's more peripheral involvement. I don't know, but it got a lot of people excited. They got Dan Griggs in the Untested to be on the video. Had Dan on the podcast, nice guy. I don't know what their plan is. Are they watching Sheffield and IPF Worlds? Because they would have targeted an IPF athlete for that. They went the Dan Griggs route. I don't know. I don't know what their plans are. What do you take from this guy?
I think it would be hard. I'd be hard pressed if I found out that they didn't have like a plan, like a 5-year plan, kind of breaking into the market. But from what it looks like, it's very similar to Gymshark's entry, where you have these companies that make a lot of money in the fitness space, but they don't understand their market anymore, because there's been a shift. And so it's similar for Gymshark. They're trying to shift into the strength context because they realize that bodybuilding is there 100%. And that kind of like gym influencer look, it's there, but they've kind of like, it almost seems like they've capped it out in a way, right? Like they're $1 billion company. And so now they realize they need to break into the strength industry, the strength space, but they don't understand it. And so that's not to say that the athletes that they're working with aren't the right ones, but it's just different than what you'd expect because we are in it. So we kind of see it and we know it, right? So similar to Gymshark, I think one of Gymshark's first like real like quote unquote powerlifting athletes was is Jamal Browner, right? Um, and so similar situation, almost like the same exact demographic that Nike went with. I think they chose somebody who's what appears to be like at the top of the sport, super, super strong, and would look good on a magazine, so to speak, and would look good selling product, as opposed to thinking about, okay, what is the sport? What is the market? Who are the avatars? And like really trying to break it down and try and understand the context of competing and strength sport and all of that stuff. So I just don't think they're there yet. I think they're just like dabbling into the market to see if there could be a return. And if there is, then maybe they'll go all in on it. But I just don't think they understand it quite yet. And they don't understand the movers and shakers just yet, similar to Gymshark. Like they don't totally understand powerlifting. They don't totally understand strength sports. And so they're doing their best they can to navigate that while also penetrate the market. Yeah, I think that they could honestly do like they have the ability, the network, the capital, all of it to completely obliterate whatever is going on in powerlifting right now. The problem is I don't know if we're big enough yet for them. And that's I think that's the tricky part. Because the money for them it seems like is like the general population that's interested in strength sports. So like for example, for my coaching up, a lot of the target demographic, it's people who were athletes in college who work full-time jobs, don't compete in powerlifting, but still want to train like an athlete, still want to be strong. They want to have intent and purpose when they go to the gym. That's who I target because I know the powerlifting niche is really, really small. So I think it's similar to that. And I would be very surprised if they like choose to go all in within the next 3 to 5 years. I think they might sponsor some things if the World Games goes well with powerlifting, with raw powerlifting. But dude, like between Rogue, like there's so much opportunity right now for other companies to step up and dominate the field. Dude, if Nike wanted to put on their own Sheffield, they could do it tomorrow. So like they have a lot of opportunity. Why haven't they done it? If they're going to do it, why haven't they done it? And I think that's a conversation to have. I just don't think that they totally understand what they want to do just yet. And they're filling out the market a little bit. But yeah, I think it's going to be crazy though if they took a step in, and I'm very curious to see where things would go.
When we do a bit of a KOTL after dark, I start talking about 2024 overall, not powerlifting, recapping some events and sporting events and viewership of those. You'll see the difference between some events getting hundreds of millions of views and us getting a couple 100,000 and being happy with that. And why when you talk of Nike, it puts in perspective if Nike's going all in or not. And to your point, I'm not sure in terms of they might not, they probably don't know all the movers and shakers. And will they ever? Are they ever going to invest in like, well, who's who, who's doing what are the big events, etc.? Or we're just trying to get into gym culture, period. Grab a big jack dude who Dan Griggs fits that bill, throw him in there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think they will, actually, to tell you the truth.
I will
think
say
this is
the last thing I'll add though is not to cut you off is the influencer marketing side. They're really new to it. So like they're used to the quote unquote influencer marketing side of mainstream sports athletes, right? People who are televised in front of millions of people annually, who have real personal brands that have been built up and propped up by even other sponsors and such, right? We're entering a phase now and where social media plays such a massive role where you have so much power now as a creator, as a content creator, whether you're an athlete or not. Chances are the best athletes in a sport, if they don't have a strong social media presence, they may not get the sponsorship, right? And it really just kind of depends on what the motives are of the company. And so I think it's pretty obvious. Like you can tell Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, all of these companies are new to the what I would call like the new age influencer marketing. And you can see it. Like that's why you can see in the choices they make and who they choose to align their brand with, all that stuff. Like it makes sense. Right. Like, for example, like I love Dan Griggs. I've been following him for years. I think he's a phenomenal competitor. I don't know how the hell he deadlifts as much as he does. He's got a crazy strong squat. So this is nothing against him, but he's an untested lifter. So Nike has aligned their brand with an untested side of the sport, which you wouldn't normally expect because almost all mainstream sports are supposed to be this, drug-free, that type of athlete, right? So that alone tells me they're new to this. They're just trying to sell some equipment, see how big the market might be. and like they're almost like throwing like a fish, what do you call it, bait on a hook into the water, and they're gonna reel it in and see what they get. And then that might make the decision for them. But I do think that they're super new to the influencer marketing side as to where things are now. Where companies like we know, like a lot of supplement companies and stuff, they all kind of know how to leverage social media. Whereas I think Nike and some of these other bigger corporations are just a little bit behind.
What do you think, Nick?
I think Gavin is dead on. Genuinely, like everything he said is exactly. I think that like the Dan Grigsby pick was like a super huge red flag to me. It really does feel like a secretary went Googled big deadlifter, Dan Grigsby popped up, and they're like, "This is our guy." Like, I think Gavin's dead on. It's just they're feeling out the market, but they have no real idea what's going on. Yeah, I think if I continue, I'm just gonna puppet everything that Gavin said. I think that was perfect. Like
You on the
Nike.
same page, Penna?
Yeah, I think so. I believe that that's just a product they released, like the barbell and a couple of other products, because it's trendy now, with regards to like the gym culture and everything. Um, I do believe that powerlifting is becoming part of the gym culture. I'll just give a quick example. So this past summer, I was invited to the Olympic Games for the Olympic weightlifting by SBD, for I think it was the 71, 73 kg men's session. So a big, big, big session. And so I was walking in the
It's
venue.
cool.
Yeah, yeah, very, very cool.
That's
Like
super
that
cool,
was
by the way.
awesome.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, that was awesome. Like very, very good experience. And I didn't know anything about Olympic weightlifting, and I was actually interested. Now I'm watching a couple of YouTube channels on that, etc. So that's awesome. So I'm walking and I'm crossing ways with Clarence Kennedy. So I know who he is, and so I watch him and I go like, I couldn't hold myself from reacting. I was like, oh fuck, that's Clarence Kennedy. And so the funniest part is, so the way I looked at him, he was looking at me too. And so I was
Whoa.
like,
And
in what world do you know who I am? He's like, oh, I know you through Sheffield because I watch you compete and stuff like that, and you are the powerlifter who grinds, blah blah blah. So my point with that is, I think we're always waiting for somebody big to come help us with regards to powerlifting. And I don't believe we need somebody big to come help us. I think right now, we're slowly but surely getting there with SBD, with some core brands, some core agreements, some core competitions in place. Like Gavin said, our athletes becoming good influencers on social media. I think powerlifting is becoming part of the gym culture. So now, to what extent does Nike or some other brands want to invest the sport? That I don't know. But I don't see that as a smart way to invest powerlifting. That's not what I think it's about. Like Gavin and Nick said, if that was the case, I think they would have handled their like first step into the sport probably differently than they have.
yeah, I think if they were going to start sponsoring events, they're going to go for a tested lifter because the event viewership is
Yeah.
so much bigger. It's not even close. I'll talk about it a little later, but the viewership of IPF Worlds is now in, at least it's over. We had several sessions from just this summer that are already over 100,000 views on a couple different ones, and then Sheffield is 365,000 views. So if you're going to be if you're going to grab and be like, we want to be sponsoring events, you're going to go in the direction of the tested side and start grabbing tested lifters. But if you're just like, we're just going gym culture, to be honest, Sheffield, which is monstrous to us, 365,000 views, is not even something they would care to entertain because it's nowhere near. They're looking at, we'll talk about some of these other sports like FIFA, their finals, 450 million. I mean, it's not even, what are we
Yeah.
talking about here?
Yeah,
Super Bowl's
but
112 million.
dude, man, you got
Oh,
to think of it this way though.
Dude, man.
So SBD, big company, probably one of the biggest in powerlifting, right? Nike dwarfs it. Now, I don't know the exact numbers, but I think that's fair to say. I think we'd all agree with that. If Nike decided to put money behind, even if it was the Sheffield, let's say Nike and Sheffield and SBD made like a partnership, and they're like, hey, look, we're thinking about getting into this space, but why don't we make it so everybody can eat? We want to see how this can do. So we're gonna put some money behind advertising or fucking anything. Don't you think that the reach would be like the amount of people who don't even know what powerlifting is? When I say, hey man, I'm a powerlifter, I have to then follow it up with it's the one where you squat, bench, and deadlift. So you start with the bar here and you go here, and then you start with the bar on the floor and you pick it up. It's not the one where it goes overhead. Like that's how I have to break it down. So it's almost like the same thing. When you're talking about reaching the masses, powerlifting has yet to be expanded only because the knowledge and the awareness of the sport has yet to be truly expanded. And so meanwhile, everybody does it. Dude, like everybody who plays high school or college sports does something in the realm of powerlifting. We all do barbell movements, right? So like they're all doing it. They just don't realize that they're doing it. Once people start to realize, oh shit, like when I go to the gym and I squat, like I'm kind of training like a powerlifter in a way, right? That makes it relatable. That only takes like X amount of marketing dollars. That's not like a, oh, well, powerlifting has to grow kind of thing. That's like literally Nike saying, hey, look, we're going to put $10 million behind a marketing campaign to let everybody in the US know what powerlifting is. And then we're going to put another 5 mil into the advertising. And the next time there's a Super Bowl, we're putting a commercial on for the upcoming Sheffield. Like that's what it could be. And that could literally be the difference between 650,000 viewers and 6.5 million viewers. You know what I mean?
It's yeah. Well, first off, you're 100% right that all these other athletes are squatting, benching, deadlifting. They did an article about the Olympics and they interviewed all these different and conditioning coaches for all of these different events. And the three number one common exercises they did was squat, bench, deadlift. I shit you not. The Olympics is essentially these athletes powerlifting and training. Obviously, do a lot sport specific as well, but it's the most common between all of these different sports. However, would a Nike even entertain why they might just say we're going after gym culture? So everyone who squats, benches, and deadlifts for their respective sports, we're going after them. That market's huge. But for us to, for no reason, try to popularize powerlifting for them might not make sense. They may, why do we care if powerlifting takes off or not? We just need gym culture. We're just going to target gym culture. It's already there. That's what you would need somebody in Nike to want to make powerlifting explode and do all those things for it. And I don't know, most of the thing like Nike's heartless. It's just what's already there, gym culture. Let's go after gym culture. And we'll just take a superhero type looking guy who's incredibly strong. Dan Griggs looks like he walked out of a comic book. And that's good enough. I don't know. We'll see. I would love. You're right. If Nike said we're going all in to popularize powerlifting, they could. Literally by the beginning of the year, they said that. By the end of the year, powerlifting looks entirely different. I just don't know how we get them to want to. Like, why would they invest millions of dollars to put it on a Super Bowl ad? What would be their ROI? Like, they would need to see something. Or if they're like a much safer ROI would be just go after gym culture. We already know it's there. Everybody goes to the gym.
How did you feel about the barbell? Like, how did you feel about that coming from Nike, like seeing Nike put that out as the product?
I mean, I was excited. I'm not gonna lie, and it's still. Who knows? In 5 years, maybe they change their mind and start going more in. I'm excited about it. I don't know how good the barbell is or anything like that. I have no idea if they know about powerlifting, how to make the barbell good for powerlifting. If they're fully invested like that, or if they're just going to make a barbell. I thought it was weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Yeah. What are you guys doing? It's a barbell you get at a gym, but are gym people buying barbells? They're buying gym passes, like the Gen Pop.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like I was kind of expecting them to partner with like a Rogue or something like that. And then if they wanted to do some sort of like anything equipment wise, and then like apparel wise, like, dude, look, I'm an SBD athlete. I like SBD. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 other real competitors in the singlet space and stuff and like equipment space, like companies you would actually wear their stuff from, right? Like knee sleeves, all that stuff. That's literally what Nike does. They literally make apparel. Like they have fabric. They source they do all of that. I don't see why they wouldn't just at least do that first, and that so the reason why I say that is the fact that they didn't means that again they don't understand strength
Mm,
sports. They don't understand the
mm.
context. They don't understand what the market is. And so because of that, they're just kind of like I think what Penna said, it's more so like the gym culture and they're just kind of throwing something to the wall and just assuming like, okay, this is what's going to make us money in this sector. If they kind of took their time to do their research and see it, they'd realize like, okay, what do these lifters use? Knee sleeves, maybe not elbow sleeves, but the whole gambit, wrist wraps, straps, all of it,
Mm.
singlets. And that's what they do really, really well already. Nobody goes to Nike for a barbell. They go to Nike for the apparel. So like even the shoes, dude, people love the Nike Romaleos. They still, for whatever reason, haven't gone back to the model of the ones and twos that everybody loved. And so even just that ignorance alone tells me like, okay, they just don't, they're just not in it. They just don't know it, which means that they may not have plans to like really be in powerlifting, but I think they see the shift where, to Penna's point, they see the culture kind of going from this like, Taibo class, 60 minutes of jumping up and down plyometric stuff to, okay, people want to be in the weight room. They're training now. Strength is hot, that sort of thing.
I 100% agree. I think if you're going after gym culture and the average gen pop who go to gyms, don't make barbells because none of those guys are buying barbells and bringing them with them. That's the very hardcore. Make knee sleeves, make wrist wraps, make shorts and t-shirts that you work out in, make some shoes that you say are good for flats, like or healed for exactly that. And then you're not necessarily in powerlifting. I don't know if you'll make singlets because that's powerlifting specific, but you'll make things that what do these gym guys and gym girls do? 100%. None of them are buying barbells. Very few people are going to buy a barbell unless you're a freaking powerlifter, like hardcore powerlifter at that. Most powerlifters aren't going to buy barbells. They're going to use the gym's barbells. That was an interesting. Yeah, I don't think it was fully thought out, but what do I know? Anyways, how about a little closer to our powerlifting community? I'm not sure if this is going to impact us at all, but recently, Benjamin Banks had announced they're working in partnership with Olympic weightlifting, and there's even talks of potentially a Sheffield for Olympic weightlifting. Do you think it'll have the imp now? Olympic weightlifting obviously has the Olympics. Okay, so that's huge. Would a Sheffield in Olympic weightlifting have anywhere near the same impact that Sheffield has on our community? And with SBD sponsoring World's Strongest Man, it's SBD's World's Strongest Man, SBD having Sheffield for powerlifting, and it's still not official, it's an idea, but if SBD does a Sheffield for Olympic weightlifting, how does this impact us in powerlifting? SBD is a massive brand within powerlifting. Will this eventually start power? Is there going to be some cross pollination in the future? And will this start helping us out that SBD is amalgamating all these strength sports under one banner? Or do you think it'll stay somewhat unrelated?
I
I
think
mean, more money. You go ahead.
so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think more money is just gonna be more opportunity for us. I mean, whereas like Nike might just be like they pass by, they drop us a barbell, we don't buy it, and they leave. Um, the bigger SBD gets, the bigger powerlifting gets. I mean, it's within the name itself, right? It's pretty hard. I know it's supposed to be strength, belief, determination now, but we all know what SBD really means, right? So the bigger that SBD gets, be it weightlifting, strongman, whatever strength sport, that in and of itself is just going to grow powerlifting. We're going to get bigger Sheffields, more Sheffield, probably not more Sheffields, hopefully not more Sheffields, but just bigger powerlifting overall. I think that we grow with SBD in some respects.
I think you're right there. What do you think, Pana?
Yeah, I agree. I think so that's the case in France. I don't know if that's the case worldwide, but weightlifters, like Olympic weightlifters, hate us in France.
Whoa,
We're like
really?
the yeah. We're like the ugly cousin that you don't want to introduce your cool friends to. You know what I mean? Like in France, that's how they view us. So if at some point there's like a correlation with regards to SBD's involvement into powerlifting and into Olympic weightlifting, I'm not sure uh, that will benefit us in any shape or form. Um, Will SBD grow because it reaches the Olympic weightlifting market? Probably to an extent. But is this market developing or is it stagnating? And um, I think that the Olympic weightlifting is stagnant. I believe this market is stagnant, at least in Europe, because obviously the world is very, very large. So I don't know in other countries, but at least in Europe, it's not crazy, crazy hype. Like the top powerlifters in France, probably the fifth or sixth, uh, with the most viewers, views, YouTube, Instagram, whatever, in France, is much higher than the number one Olympic weightlifter in France. Olympic weightlifting is not hot. That's what I believe. That's what I think. The fact that they had to cut their weight classes to make it to the Olympic Games shows that. Because I don't know if you guys are aware, but for the Olympic Games, they reduced the number of weight classes. Um, because you get a determined like time slot for your competition for your sport, and the bigger the sport, the bigger the time slot, and the smaller the sport, the smaller the spot. And this year was the year where they had the lowest amount of weight classes uh, throughout history. So obviously, I believe in a way it will positively impact SBD. Will it have any ripple, any influence on the powerlifting aspect uh, of that SBD relationship? I'm not sure.
Put it this way, though. If they hold a Sheffield for Olympic weightlifting, I might watch. I'd be interested in seeing what does that look like? Their
Yeah, but they
road to
have the Olympic
Sheffields.
Games. They have the
They do
Olympic Games. You know what I mean? They already have that
pinnacle,
top,
but that's
top,
once
top,
every
top, top
4 years, though.
competition.
That's once every 4 years. Put it this way: every year, if they have a Sheffield one day, so I just one day flip on and like who are the storylines, and SBD feeds me the storylines for these Olympic lifters, and I just tune in one Saturday afternoon for free on a live stream and I watch it. I might watch it. And what if the reverse starts happening with some Olympic weightlifters and CrossFitters who are into Olympic weightlifting for powerlifting because they get used to what they're being fed through SBD? They're getting used to that packaging. They like that packaging. I know how exciting Sheffield is, and I think I might actually get involved. Like, shit, that's actually fun. And I might actually watch. What if the reverse is true with CrossFitters and Olympic weightlifters for powerlifting and it helps our numbers?
You know, I think I just like speaking of Clarence Kennedy, I just saw one of his latest YouTube videos, and uh, I'll give you the exact title so that I don't mess this up.
Is that the
Um,
powerlifting is easy one?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's called "Weightlifting is Hard, Do Powerlifting Instead." So what I mean by that is our strength as a sport with powerlifting is the barrier for entry is so low. Like it's ridiculously low. I don't think I know any other sport that has this low of a barrier entry. My mom tried deadlift 2 weeks ago. She deadlifted 70 kilos. You know what I mean? Without any technique, without she just picked the barbell, lifted up, locked it out, and she was happy. Weightlifting, although for instance, going to the Olympic Games sparked my interest, it's because I went there like live event. Everybody talked to me about the stories, like, oh, this guy, he beat this guy, and now he's trying to become the Olympic champion and to cement himself as one of the best ones, blah blah blah, stuff like that. The thing is, people who watch Sheffield occasionally, maybe they're not powerlifters, maybe they're not very, very involved into powerlifting in general, but they probably squat to an extent, they probably bench to an extent, they probably deadlift to an extent, they probably want to learn how to do those movements correctly, efficiently. Maybe they'll do a one training cycle where they'll try to bench 315, whatever. But with weightlifting, that's not the case. With Olympic weightlifting, nobody apart Olympic weightlifters is doing Olympic weightlifting besides some CrossFitters, obviously. And also, I don't know if you've watched one Olympic competition, they managed to make it more boring than the lengthy powerlifting competitions. They managed to do that because they have the raising bar system where some dudes, they'll full on do their meet within 5 minutes, and you'll have to wait 2 hours to watch the top guys just start to move a barbell for their first attempt. They have attempt chase selection on every attempt. So maybe the bar will change 5 times. So you have 5 minutes to wait in between attempts.
Oh my God.
It's not fun to watch. And I watched the Olympic Games and I just had fun for 20, 30 minutes because I was watching like the best of the best, basically. So I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't bet on that, me personally.
That's interesting. I
And
mean, if
even if
nothing else,
Clarence Kennedy says it, Clarence Kennedy said, weightlifting is hard, do powerlifting instead. So even if the guy who's like one of the golden boys of the sport says, do another sport. So at the end, he says something else. He says like Olympic weightlifting is so cool, blah, blah, blah. But his point is for the general audience, just learning how to do a snatch, whatever. It's so much harder than just how to squat to bench deadlift.
I think some of these Olympic weightlifters through SBD might find powerlifting and be like, man, this is way more entertaining. This is way better.
Maybe,
They might.
hopefully.
And to Nick's point, and I'll move on. A strong SBD is strong for powerlifting because I do agree. SBD is definitely the most dominant brand. And if they're strong and making more and more money, more avenues, and they'll learn more from doing these other ventures, that can only help us out. Russia's back, guys. What is the significance of Russia being back? They're not back under Russia, but the athletes are as neutral athletes. Is there much of a significance here? Or have they, like, once upon a year, Russia was a massive force in powerlifting? Is this going to change much? Muskayev from 2021, I don't know if you guys remember him. He'll be back. He was the world champ in the 120s. I don't know where he's at nowadays. Fedoshenko's back. He did 625. He's got a showdown with Wasker. That'll help the 59s out for sure. But is this moving the needle for you guys hearing that Russia's back, or is that time past and we're going to have to see them catch up?
Why were they ever not a part of the IPF?
The war in Ukraine, they decided Russia's not going to be but now they're back, not under the Russian banner.
They've been suspended in every sport, and their suspension in the other sports, at least here in Europe, hasn't been lifted yet. So I think powerlifting is probably one of the first sports that allows Russian athletes to compete.
UFC and MMA, they always were.
Yeah, but it's a private organization, so
right.
I don't think it's comparable to an association.
I don't know. I mean, it's tough. I mean, I enjoy competition, so I think to be considered a world champion, you need a world championship that includes nations from all over the world, right? So, I don't think it's fair to just kind of assume like, oh, okay, well, we're only going to kind of select which nations get to compete here, and then the world champion is the one who beats those. I do think it's fair game. Anybody who can join joins, and we all compete. But emphasis on the word fair, it needs to be a fair game. I personally don't really give a shit. Like if you take drugs and you compete against me, like fine. You know what I mean? Like that just pushes me to be better. And if I beat you while you're on drugs, that you're just going to feel like shit even more than you would have if I beat you when you weren't on them. So that's your problem. But at the same time, I understand that, we all want a clean sport. And so not to harp on it, because obviously we don't know what the situation is, but to Pana's point, I mean that there's a big difference between a nation that doesn't have a track record with drug use and a nation that does. So, or at least a significant track record. So that's probably if I had any concern. That would
I mean, I don't think Pana said that.
No. Pana didn't say that. He just said that they're banned in every other freaking sport because of drugs.
No, because of drugs.
Because of war.
Because of the war.
There's war.
Okay.
I was going to say, Gavin, that is like,
I got to be careful. I got to be careful.
He's throwing me under the bus.
There's a stigma. No, because I was under the impression from the Olympic stuff. I know China and Russia, right, had issues.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong?
That was
I was going to say, I'd back Gavin on this, yeah.
So go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm
Nick.
not. I don't want to say what's not true. So yeah, everybody take what I say with a grain of salt and just know I'm being an asshole. But yeah, okay. I didn't mean to put words in Penna's mouth. Yeah, then that's fair.
But I do have one question to you, Ryan. So I'll be honest, I didn't watch and listen to the Fedoshenko podcast. So, but I do have a question. Uh, was the question like, did you guys question him about his drug tests, like he put his positive drug test? Because I know that's a big, like one of the biggest thing Wesker has with him. He's always calling him a cheater for that. So was that question asked, and what was the answer?
I didn't bring up the failed drug test. No, I did.
Okay.
That was from quite a. I'll pull this up. I think that was from a long time ago. I'll pull this up right now, actually, because now I'm interested myself. What were you going to
Okay.
say, Nick? What are your thoughts on this, sir?
Yeah, Gavin went off the deep end, but I actually completely agree with him. Where, um, I mean, Russia is like notorious in every sport for all of their like doping violations, for all of their like, they don't have the best drug testing track record, and they've just been given, you know, they've had time to dope if they wanted to, right? Like, how long have they been out of sport now? Like a couple of years? That's more than enough time to like come out of the woodworks. There's no social media. These athletes aren't being tracked. Um, if next Worlds comes around and a bunch of Russian athletes suddenly come out of nowhere and start dominating, they should probably get tested. They might not get tested. That's how it tends to go. And that does cause some suspicion, in my opinion, right? Like, even when they're regularly in sport, they tend to dope. What happens when they get this sort of time to just train without anyone on them?
Yeah,
The
I
the
will
drug
say.
test. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
have to apologize. I'm sorry, Ryan. I don't mean to cut you off, but I do have to
No, go
apologize. I
ahead.
did go off the deep end. I feel bad for a lot of the athletes, especially international athletes, who might take offense to that because it wasn't fair. I was coming from the wrong perspective. So I own up to that. What I will say though, just to kind of like piggyback that, is if there's any sport where a doping violation would mean a lot, it would be powerlifting because it is a strength sport. So
Yeah.
anabolics will absolutely help you in a lot of different ways. And whereas like baseball, basketball might be a little bit different. Maybe you still get some performance enhancements, but I think the correlation on a graph between drug use and performance is just going to be wild compared to other sports when you're talking about
Mm.
powerlifting. So I just think it matters that much more. That's all. But yes, go ahead. What were you going to say, Ryan? Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're 100% right because there's technique, but technique to other sports can actually mitigate that physical gap, whereas our sport, strength sport, you do steroids, it's going to be a way more impactful. Fedoshenko failed his test in 2005, so it has been almost 20 years. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, he served his time 20 years ago. Take of it what you will. It looks like his numbers did come down. The Asian Championships, he did 625. So I don't think he's on gear or anything like that. And he's in his early 40s, so you would think he's declining. Now, is he injured or whatnot? I don't know. Maybe he's injured. Maybe that total can come back up by the time he faces Wasker. But as of right
I just
now, I would think Wasker would be the favorite, judging on what we just seen. Still a huge showdown for the 59 kilo class. How it looks for the other classes, it's hard to
so
say.
I just want to plug that in real quickly. I don't know if you saw, but today or this morning, I can't remember. It was the 74, and
Ilya,
Ilya, he did 800. So his last
what?
pull, yeah, yeah, his
What?
last
I thought he
pull
did
was,
700 and some. He did 800. Are you sure?
so he did 340.5 last pull. He got it 2-1, and then it was overruled by the jury. So he did 785 with the 800.5 overruled, jury overruled, basically.
Mm.
74 kg junior.
Okay, and he's a junior. Okay, well, I take
Yeah,
my foot out my mouth. Looks like Russia back. I mean, a 74 totaling
yeah,
800, and he's a junior. And
yeah,
you had told me about Ilya Pana. You
yeah, yeah.
said
You remember?
if he stays, because he was a 66,
Yeah.
and you said he's the future. I'm more worried about Ilya than anyone else, but I don't know if I'll have to worry about him because he's probably going to move up. And here he is, moved up, totaling 800, and it looks like he could be Perk's problem real soon.
Yeah. So he did, I think, 297.5 squats, 162 bench, and So he got the 325 and got the 340.5 overruled.
Damn, I got to chop that up and throw it online and ask people, is he the
Yeah.
next challenge for Perk? Look, they're a powerlifting nation, they're a strength nation. This is right up their alley.
Yeah.
Let's see who they produce.
Yeah, so I was, like to your point, I think from the good, strong Russian athletes from 2021, given how like powerlifting is evolving so fast, like 1 year is a lot, and within 1 year, a lot of things can happen. You can
Mhm.
have, like you said, Agata in 2023, she wasn't seen as she's seen now in 2024. So within 1 year, she went from good, strong athlete to possibly, like, not possibly, 2024 GOAT on the female side. So those athletes from 2021, I think a lot of them got forgotten, and I'll be honest with you, I myself forgot most of them. So it's more so about like who's doing um, good things maybe at Asians, because I think that's maybe the qualifier for Worlds or something. So who knows? But at least Ilya, he did 800, like 785. That's crazy.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
Especially for a junior.
Yeah.
Can't be denied, man. He's going to be into the 800s, and Perk might have some competition coming from Russia. Fellas, do you want to get into our wish lists? Actually, wait a sec. One more thing, one more question I have before we do the wish list, naughty list, and I just we kind of unravel off track a little bit for fun. I want to talk about because this has actually been brought up. Actually, Taylor Atwood brought this up when I had Taylor on. Shell dropping down to 66. Taylor said, if you look at our resumes, Shell might be between the two of them the GOAT because what Shell did in the equip side, winning the world championships in equip, beating the GOAT 74 in equipped. Obviously, he's went 1-1 with Taylor. I mean, at Worlds, but I think now Taylor actually got another one on him on 2023. But anyways, regardless. And what are your guys' thoughts on Shell in terms of his placement in history? And obviously, the hype on him was Sheffield. If he can get down to 66 kilo class and retain his numbers and win Sheffield, could he be the GOAT or the best of our generation? Does he bypass Taylor? I think Taylor might have been a little humble. I think at least right now, Taylor's number one from our generation. But what does Shell have to do if Shell hasn't bypassed him? What does he have to do to bypass him in 2025? Or is he not even in the conversation? Or are you thinking no, he can't bypass him in 2025? Who wants to go? Penny, you want to go first? You're 66, and then we'll swing it around.
Yeah. Um, but like I said during our podcast, I'm waiting to see what happens because you can say you're competing as a 66, but you have to compete as a 66. Again, Kiel never competed as a 66. So if he does that, if he does 760 something, crazy, huge. Um, does that make him the GOAT? I'm not sure. Because I think a lot of things are happening right now. We talked earlier about the 83s. I think we also do have to talk about the 93s with the 900 barrier that has been achieved by our good friend here. We also have to talk about obviously the 74s, like what Taylor has done, what Perk is currently doing, all of that. Now, obviously, if Kiel does 760 or more than that, that beats the record by a significant margin, and that obviously places him very, very high in the rankings. Um, does that make him the GOAT? I don't know. I also I'll say that I have nothing but love for the equipped lifters out there. I don't want it to be seen as a mockery, whatnot, but Alexander Eriksson just competed at Worlds as a 66 and he won equipped. So to me, when a good lifter in classic can compete equipped and win Worlds, I think you cannot compare a one equipped Worlds versus a one classic Worlds, especially nowadays. I think the talent pool is much deeper classic than it is equipped. And so taking your equipped accolades and comparing them to classic accolades, I don't think it's fair. So right now, before Sheffield happens, I think Taylor, to me at least, is the current GOAT of powerlifting. Now, when Sheffield happens, depending on what Kjell is going to do, obviously that can shake things up. But yeah, if Kjell does 800 at 66, is he the ultimate GOAT of powerlifting? I don't know, but is he one of the current GOATs? For sure. That's not debatable, I think. But like I said, I'm not sure it will happen. And if it does happen, I'm waiting to see that.
Nick, what do you think?
I think Taylor is being uncharacteristically humble here. Yeah, I definitely think like Pana's right. Equip titles just don't mean nearly as much. You said that he beat like the 74 equip goat. Were you referencing like Jaroslav Olek?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
incredible lifter, a joy to watch. The greatest equip guy to ever do it. But the talent pool in equip compared to raw, it just isn't there. It's apples to oranges. It doesn't even remotely count. And then yeah, this whole 66 thing coming up. I'm with Pana. I want to see it happen first. I mean, everyone that cuts down, they hit that sort of like first level of depletion where like they get down to like say from 74 down to 70 and they're like I feel amazing. I feel great. Never felt stronger. That's like the easy 4 kilos, right? The hard 4 kilos still has to come and then how are you going to feel? Right? When like you really get down and depleted and down to 66, is he still going to feel as great as he says he is? Is he going to be able to put it together? And then I think even then, let's say he does and he wins Sheffield and puts together this masterclass of a performance. Does he still have enough open raw titles to compare to Taylor's resume? Then do we take the Gavin metric of do they have the sort of influence outside of the accolades compared to, again, Taylor? And it's lacking in that department. I don't think there's actually much of a debate. I think that when you really start to look at it, it's like Gel is an incredible lifter, one of the greatest to ever do it, but the greatest? I'd be hard pressed to find a metric that he actually like measures into that with.
What if he what does he have to do with 66? What if he wins world titles and sticks
If
around?
he starts winning world titles, then that's a different conversation. But we'll see how he even does at 66. I think that it's always like it's become the new meta nowadays, I think, to like suddenly start cutting down into classes. But it's hard to do, right? It's not easy to just like, I'm gonna retain all my strength and cut, 8 kilos. It doesn't always work out, right? It wasn't a long time ago that we used to see every lifter botch their cut, right? Every single lifter would have a 4 kilo cut into their class, and then they would screw up their recomp. And we've gotten better at it. Like there's a lot of strategies that lifters have adopted where you don't see that as often. But I think as lifters start to develop this sort of Hail Mary cut into these classes to try and be more competitive, we might see more of that resurgence where, training went well and then last minute the cut went bad and the recomp happened and I started cramping come deadlifts, and it's going to start happening. It's only a matter of time. It's when, not if. Is Gel going to be, one of those people? I think he has too much experience under his belt, but he's also never been 66. So we have to wait and see.
Interesting. We'll also, I had Kedrick on, who is coaching, or Kendrick, sorry, Kedrick, sorry. Let me flip around a little. Who is coaching Shell down to, and by the way, we're all saying his name different, and we're probably all saying his name wrong.
I was literally gonna say
Saying
that.
his name wrong,
I'm
too.
hearing 3 fucking
One
things
of us will
right
get us right. Keep throwing it out there. One of us will get it. But he's coaching Shell down to 66. And we actually talking about Pana, and Pana did 730 at without the water cut. And we were talking about, I haven't dropped this podcast yet, and we're talking about how like Penny was on the podcast saying the water cut is, like, to all your guys' point, the big one. Let's see what happens with the water cut. The water cut, the difference between Penna at 730 with 15-hour flight, 8-hour time zone difference, and he still hit 730 because he didn't have to cut water. Now, don't make Penna cut water. And if he does this again in France next year, Oh, now is Penn all of a sudden in the 740s? Now the percentage between doing the water cut and unofficially breaking the world record at 713, was it, Penna?
Yeah.
Now, do the percentages. What does that do to Shell? If you drop his totals he's doing in the gym before a water cut, and is it all the same? And then, but is it the same for every lifter? Maybe, maybe not. Or
And
like,
also, I think there is a point people underestimate greatly, and it's to Nick's point. It's the closer you're getting to your weight goal, the harder it is. Like sometimes that last kilo will be the hardest one to lose. Um, and maybe he's walking around at 69, 70, maybe. But from 69, 70 to 66, you're like, oh, it's only 3 kilos. And to a certain extent, it's not like crazy like the cuts they do in MMA. But we also have to keep in mind we have 2 hour weigh-ins. So you need to rehydrate, you need to recomp, and all of that is very, very hard to do. And that limits the amount of weight cut you can do. Like I can give a quick example. I can probably cut down to 63. But from cutting down to 63 to then competing, squatting my 1RM, benching my 1RM, deadlifting my 1RM 2 hours later, that's impossible to do. Like I'll probably don't even squat 70 kilos because my quads and my back will be all cramped from everywhere. So I think there's also that aspect to keep in mind. Now, like I said, doesn't mean he can't do it. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm applying. And if he does that, probably not probably the greatest 66 kilo performance of all time for sure. Probably one of the biggest powerlifting performance of all time. Period. Regardless, but I would also tend to agree with Nick on that. Like Taylor, I think like we said, people forgot what Taylor did for the sport in 2020, during lockdown when he did that 800. I can't remember how much total. We were all like, like if tomorrow an 83 does 900, we'll have the same effect that we had when Taylor did 800 total as a 74. So it's not comparable. Now, if Kiel does 800 at 66, it's
great.
in
Yeah,
that
it's huge.
category, I would say. I would definitely say it's in that category for sure.
Well, I guess time will tell.
Yeah.
Gavin, what are you saying, Playboy? What do you think about
Well,
all of this?
I feel bad because I don't even know. I'm trying to come up with like a fourth way to pronounce this dude's name to stay consistent, but I can't think of one.
K dot.
Um,
Call him K dot.
I'm gonna call him Kate, honestly, really, yeah. So I think because the original question was, will he kind of usurp Taylor's throne per se? And I don't think it would be fair to specifically judge based on the Sheffield performance. I think you'd have to give Taylor the chance at nationals. So I personally think that Kale will absolutely hit whatever he plans to hit at Sheffield. I think that's 100% possible. But again, I'm biased. I will always lean on that side, right? So whatever is kind of outside the realm of limitation and somebody's gunning for that, I do believe that, they chose that for a reason. And it's not so much like this realistic, oh, I truly know I can do this. It's genuinely, this is what I've aimed for. This is happening, no matter what the fuck comes my way. That's the type of mindset I think Hill has coming into this, and I think he's going to seize this opportunity. So I 100% like I don't need to see the Sheffield performance to know whether or not there's a decision to this debate. What I need to see is Taylor at nationals because I think that would be the response, so to speak. Although we both know Taylor's not trying to create a response to that, but this is going to be his real 83 debut, like a real 83 debut where he has head-to-head competition. And he's been sharpening his axe, so I'm very curious to see like where Taylor's at, and I'm very confident he's going to be in the running for first. Absolutely. So, and what is it going to take to be first at nationals as an 83? It could be something, it could be that 900 at 83, right? And so let's say Kale does do 765 or 780 or whatever at 66, but then Taylor does 905 at nationals, right? So I think that we'd have to see Taylor at nationals, but I also do agree in that, I don't know much about the equip side, and so I can't really speak on it, and therefore I just can't really consider it. Like I sometimes don't even consider previous world championships if it's a certain number of years ago. Because if you think of it this way, like what was winning the 93s at Open Worlds was like 845 or 843 back when I won Junior Worlds. Pretty sure. Or somewhere around there, maybe 860 something like that, which doesn't even get you a podium. Forget about, like, that's not even like top 5 anymore, I don't think. So, it's hard to be able to compare that to present. So again, when we're thinking about like, okay, Taylor's legacy versus Kale's present, it's hard to make that comparison. So instead, I'd rather compare Taylor's present to Kale's present. Now, if Kale does go ahead and wins world championships at 66, now he's creating a legacy that I think is going to be pretty tough to argue against, but it would have to be some degree of consistency to those wins, But yeah, I think after nationals, then you can have that discussion.
Yeah, I think he's got work to do at 66. If he can hang out there, and I don't know how long he's
Bro,
long
he's
for that weight
shredded.
class. He's shredded. If he could stay there, like Evie ended up staying at 52 longer than I think we all suspected, and she's like, I'm kind of comfortable doing it. It's actually getting easier, and so you think it might get harder the more weights you lift, the more muscles you put on. If he stays at 66 for a bit and accomplishes some big things, it's hard to do things in 2 different weight classes. So yeah, that'd be big. World titles, Sheffield's and stuff. But if he doesn't and he can't, this is a make or break year for Shell's legacy. He has an opportunity. It's a really big opportunity because we have so few multiple weight class champions in the modern era as well. And Sheffield champions. It would mean a lot to be if he can pull it off. If he can do a double weight class champ and a Sheffield champ. I don't even know if we have another one like that yet. Agata. It'd be like Agata territory. If she wins 66, 69, 80, he'd be kind of like that. He'd start leaning in towards that kind. But I mean, there's a lot of work to do there. He's got to do a lot. So put a pin in it. There's potential. He's got a pathway and a goals to hit. And I guess we'll revisit this by the end of next year. A lot of things will be more clear. Fellas,
Please, Ryan, next time, keep that Kale or 66 kg conversation for the end of the podcast, because now I just want to close it and go to train. So next time, just to let you know.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. That's
Yeah.
that's what you check out. Let's move on to the naughty list. Let's do a naughty list. We're getting kind of naughty. I feel like we're getting spicy right now. Let's get it. Let's. It feels natural. Let's lean into a naughty list here. Who wants to go first on the naughty list? Maybe we swing it around and we each throw out some naughty list and see what we get.
Nick
So
has to
wait,
take that one.
what goes on the naughty list though? Let me just give me an example.
Anything. It can be anything.
The
You like.
one
It can even be.
Garrison goes on.
Well, there we go. Let's start. Well, go ahead, Nick.
Jawan Garrison. I mean, he knows. He actually doesn't know why he's on there, which is maybe even funnier. But Jawan Garrison goes on my naughty list at least. Maybe one of the funniest suspensions to ever occur. Got to be up there.
So I don't have the context.
Yeah,
All
tell
right.
people the stories who might not know.
So, Jawan Garrison is a former untested lifter. Always said he was going to go IPF, run the tested route. He was a 90 kg lifter. He had a lot of potential, a lot of promise. And on one of his latest stories, he basically, as to try to throw it back to the haters, he was like, "You guys all wish I was on steroids. I'm not even on steroids. I'm only on TB 500. That's a banned peptide. That is within the water regulations as a banned peptide." He said, "It's not IPF banned. I'm not in the IPF yet. It doesn't matter if you're in the IPF yet. And also, it is WADA banned. It is a WADA banned substance." So he was listed as a suspension by admission. And he, as far as I'm aware, I've been blocked by Jawan Garrison for years. I have no idea when he blocked me, why he blocked me. This is the first time I've ever even talked about him regarding this whole situation. And he, I guess, went on his stories and was like, "I'm not suspended. What are you talking about?" I recently went on Lifting Cast yesterday, looked at the Powerlifting America Alabama Open. Juwan Garrison was listed there as a name, and he was a no-show because he is suspended. So his dreams and hopes of going the IPF route, becoming a world champion, he had very promising numbers. He probably could have totaled 900. Dashed because he just immediately admitted on the his own IG story that he was on TB 500. Which I'm pretty sure he actually would have gotten away with because I think it has a very fast half-life. He probably never would have gotten clocked.
Here's the thing. I thought, because I seen on the USAPL website his name on there as well, but I thought that it was one of those submission forms. They come to you and ask you, what supplements you're on, and you write it down, and then they test you. And then like Lyoto Machida is a UFC champ, and he actually self-declared the supplements he's on. One of the supplements he was taking had a ingredient that was banned. He got suspended based off of what he said and signed off on. So it's an actual document. And he passed the drug test, but still got suspended because he self-declared. So when I saw Juwan with the self-declare, I thought that's what it was. But can you get a self-declare on Instagram alone? Because what if there are trolls that just say shit on Instagram and they're trying to get a rise on people? What if he's like, man, people are always saying I'm on steroids, so I was just trying to fuck around with people. And like, I'm not on steroids, I'm only on peptides. But I'm not. Like, couldn't he do this? Like, how good is that?
There were also stories with just the peptide on his counter. He just took pictures of it.
And that
So
might have been, but even then, it could have been like, I wasn't
Yeah,
taking a
that's.
peptide. I'm fucking with people.
I
Like, you
feel
could
like
get
that'd
your
be
hands on a.
hard to. Yeah, I feel like that'd be hard to like completely. I don't want to say fuck with, but interfere with someone's career as a powerlifter, like as an athlete, just because of like stories and stuff. Because I agree with you, Ryan. Like I feel like you would need some sort of like official either testing done or official. Like for example, if they saw it on the story and then sent someone to his house like the next day and was like, "All right,
Yeah.
motherfucker, like let's go," that's different. But even like the own admission, obviously that's its own category as well. I can't foresee anybody doing that unless like there was some sort of blackmailing situation going on. But yeah, I agree. I feel like it'd be weird. I don't know, dude. Like I was kind of because I saw the story too, but I didn't see the stories Nick was talking about. I just saw one story where he basically was like, "I'm not on steroids. I never take steroids. I am taking peptides for my injury, but that's it." And I don't remember the rest of it. I thought I screenshotted it, just because I wanted to like be able to reference it in case anything like came up from it. But I, dude, man, it's so hard because like I like Juwan. Like I think he's a great athlete, and I do honestly think he's okay. So outside the peptide situation, which he has admitted to, I do think he's a natural athlete. Like I don't think he's taken any anabolics, but I think that he's just really fucking strong. Um, and I have a lot of respect for him, like as an athlete, like as a competitor. But I did lose a little bit when I saw the peptide situation, only because injuries are part of the game, man. Like that's a big piece. Like Penna just said before, I didn't know he tweaked his back before Worlds, but like that could be the difference between winning a world title, breaking a world
For
record, and
sure.
not. And we all have to deal with that. So I'm not saying I don't get it, but at the same time, it's hard for me to give sympathy for that. And the really the biggest piece is like I'm a competitor. Like I'm looking forward to somebody going to nationals at 93 and totaling something way above 900 because that's my plan. So it's not necessarily that. It's more so just, you know, even from the fair play perspective, be honest about it, be forward about it. So like I don't even give a shit if you are on drugs. I really don't mind, but just be real about it. That way we all know what we're working with. Um, the only time I have an issue is when somebody is blatantly lying about it and trying to hide it and cover it. To me, that's not just like, okay, you're breaking the rules, but you're also kind of breaking the code of honor, so to speak, which that I will lose respect for. So yeah, it's tricky. I don't know if he would be like on my naughty list per se, because I mean, is
Yeah,
he
I don't.
technically suspended? Is he banned? Like what's
Well, here's what's interesting. Again, okay, let me throw you guys out an example. In the UFC, I don't know if you're familiar with Paulo Costa. He's super bodied up, super jacked, and everyone says he's on steroids. All of his competitors accuse him of being on steroids. So, and he's a troll. So he leans into it and he has pictures of himself online drinking what he calls the secret juice. and it says on it secret juice, and he pretends he's on juice, but he toes the line like, of course I'm on juice. I drink juice every day, and he's wink wink, and he's like, he's super alluding to, but he's trolling guys to get in your head to think he's cheating and getting away with it. And then if you actually tell yourself that when you fight, oh, he's got an unfair advantage on me, he's ungodly strong, he's not getting tired, that actually works in his favor. If you're telling yourself that, you're defeating yourself in there. But you can't really, that's why I thought, Juwan, when it said self-declared, I would have assumed when they come and they say, tell us what you're on, and you say, these are the supplements I take, and you sign and date it, that's different. That's not an Instagram story. That's a document that you're signing. This is not a joke, my friend. And then it doesn't matter if you pass the test, you self-declared. That's what I thought it was, and still might be. I don't know the full story. Maybe they showed up after the stories and whatever the heck. Now I'm interested. I'm not sure what's going on here. Right?
I will say this. I, as an athlete, and even as somebody who literally would have to compete against somebody, let's say, because if the substance is banned and he used the substance, let's just assume that that's the case, and he goes to nationals and he blows everyone out of the water, right? Even if that happened, I would still say this. I do think that if he's suspended or banned, it should be because he was tested or he, signed something saying that he did take XYZ. There has to be like a legitimate hard reason, because if it gets to the point where it's like, okay, I could post something on Instagram, or somebody could post on my behalf, or somebody could say something, whatever the fuck, AI, Photoshop, whatever, right? If that's all it takes, like, why wouldn't, what's stopping that happening to me, right? And I am a legitimate clean athlete, so that would, I'd be so upset. I'd be so upset if I was illegitimately suspended or banned or something like that, And so I do think that I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I don't understand. I don't have the full context, but I would say that if he is suspended and banned, I do hope that, it's what you're saying, Ryan. Like there was either clear admission and he signed something saying it, whatever, or that he was tested and like got popped or something. Or maybe he just makes the choice, you know what? Fuck this. I don't need a headache. I'm not going to PA. I'm staying untested. I have more fun there anyway. Like that's cool. But yeah, I think it would be scary if there's like a way to pop someone, so to speak, and it be through like an indirect way, like an Instagram story, something like that. Because for us, dude, like with Sheffield, with all this stuff going on, like we have deals, we have sponsors, we have contracts. It's growing, and people are monetizing this and building businesses on this and feeding their families through this now. It's like Agata, she's a full-time athlete, right? Imagine if her friend, I don't know, jokingly, I know this is a little bit of a stretch, but posted some random picture of her in the gym and said, Agata just told me she's on steroids, whatever the fuck. And that's all it took, right? It's like, dude, what? You know what I mean? Like, I do think that there should be
joking around, but it gets taken seriously. People joke on Instagram, and some people take shit seriously all the time. How many times Russ comes back a day later and is like, I was joking, everybody. I didn't actually mean bing, bang, boom. If Russ ever said he's on steroids fucking around because everyone says he's on steroids, and he's like, yeah, I'm on steroids.
They shove a needle so far up his ass, it's not even funny.
Dog, if he did that, and then Wada's like, well, guess what? You're suspended. He'd be like, what? I was joking. They'd be like, no, you weren't. I don't know. I don't know the scenario. I'm going to be honest with you. So for right now, it's all allegations. I haven't necessarily seen him pop up on any lists on the IPF Powerlifting America side. I did see what other people were seeing on social media, but I'm having a hard time deciphering what the heck really happened. So, but either way, who else? Who else has got some naughtiness? Let me go. I'll go on one. I'll put Larry Maley, president of the USAPL. I think in 2024, last year in 2023, things are going in the wrong direction. This year, it's going further in the wrong direction. Starting up another global fed. Please don't start new feds. Anybody, please don't make new world feds, international feds. We got too much. I don't want to make us go in the direction of the untested, where it becomes overly diluted. You don't know who the world champions are, and just further complicates things. When you leave the IPF, do something different. Leave because you're trying to achieve something different. Don't try to be a poor man's version of the IPF. What's the point of that? I don't understand. We already have the IPF. You're never going to rival the IPF. It's too late. So to start up another IPF, only a much shittier version, doesn't make sense to me. The Pro Series, I listened to highlights of our last Christmas special, and we were talking about how in 2023 the Pro Series, no one understood it. It tanked. No one understood the points. No one understood. No one was keeping track of who was doing well in the pro. It didn't work, and they didn't do any kind of reconfiguration or fix that. Instead, they're looking towards the international route. I don't know. It's not working here. They're trying things, but I don't think they're trying the right things. And then, of course, trying their own formula is a bad idea. We have enough formulas. Again, we don't need more feds. We don't need more formulas. These are not things that anybody in powerlifting is calling for. Nobody raises their hand and says, I would like to see a sport with 3 world champions, and I can't tell who's who. Like, we can. Let's not be dumb here, but where boxing has 4 world titles in every weight class, nobody's like, let's do that. Nobody's raising their hand saying, hey, we already have dots, jail points, Wilkes. Let's have another formula. Nobody said nobody. Nobody's raising their hand saying, hey, let's change all the weight classes, because let's make them all different so we can't compare to each other. You're just isolating yourself. Some of these moves I don't understand. I put him on the naughty list. Look, this is not like he's operating in good faith. He thinks these are moves that'll help out and differentiate the federation, and this is the right way to go. I got you. But I think they're not the right moves. I think and this is why powerlifting America is starting to get stronger and taking all these lifters and people that we never thought would leave the USAPL have now left the USAPL, and diehards have now left the USAPL because they don't like the changes being made. And at some point, I don't know what the answer is. I don't think there's an answer now. I don't think you're rebounding from this. I think it is what it is. You're going to be a USPA style federation. What do you guys think? Am I crazy?
Yeah. Dude,
hey, I like the USAPL. I like the
nuts.
World Cup. I'm thinking about targeting the World Cup next. I remember people getting bullied at IPF Worlds because somebody was in a different nation that lifted in a USAPL fed in their nation, and even the Americans were like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I mean, for us in France, it's much different because the only real federation is the FF Force, which is like the IPF affiliate, and the only people that do comps that are watched and people care about stuff, etc., is always on like the tested IPF affiliate side. I'll be honest with you, I like for me, for us French lifters, those like questions are so far away from our, thoughts because it's definitely not the way things work here. So it's hard for us to imagine, you know, things being split in powerlifting because in France, powerlifting is really, really well united under one Fed, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I don't really understand the point of having two really good like tested federations. Just doesn't make sense because we use the same bar for everything. So it's not like there's literally there's no difference. And like now Powerlifting America is at the point where the local meets are pretty much on par with the productions of what I think most local meets would be for USAPL. And honestly, dude, like we're getting to the point where even local meets are on par with nationals to some degree. If you look at like Raleigh. So it's it sucks because what it does is just splits the membership, you know? And I think like anybody who is a pure hobbyist and genuinely just wants to do the meets that the people in their gym do and all that stuff, that's dope. Most of those people end up doing a federation with a deadlift bar. Like 9 times out of 10, that's what I found. The only times when that's not the case is if it's like a college or a high school or something like that. They have a team, and obviously there's like USAPL, like high school Nats or something like that, college Nats, whatever. But I just think it would be really nice if somebody could just like make a purchasing decision here and just buy out the USAPL and like let everything merge and call it a day. I know politics kind of gets in the way, but yeah, I just don't see the point. Like it's just kind of weird. It's like I don't know. And the way that I describe it to other lifters when they're making the choice, especially beginner lifters, decide your commitment level. How serious do you want to take it? Who do you want to compete against? I can tell you for sure, the more competition you have, direct competition, the better you'll be. It's just by necessity. All that to say, you'll have a lot more fun, at least in my experience, at the local level in USAPL at a meet, although I don't know if that's true anymore. I haven't competed in the local level in USAPL in a long time, or honestly, even at the local level in PA.
That's a flex.
Subtle, subtle flex.
That was a flex right there.
Yeah, take notes. No, but yeah. So it's I don't know on that side of in terms of having fun, whatever. But I will say that standards wise, PA is obviously, in my opinion, going to have some of the highest standards in the sport. So it's really difficult to make the argument that because again, deadlift bar, squat bar, 6 hour long meet, way different than a PA local meet. But USAPL versus PA, very similar. So it just never really made sense to me to have the two. But I do understand the political side. Not enough to put a dude on my naughty list, though, dude. Wow, what did he do to you? That's crazy.
Naughty. Naughty. I'm keeping it powerlifting, and it's easy. That way, if we were gonna go like guns blazing naughty list, you would start bringing up like those people who have
IPF
to
jury.
You have to
Let me say it louder. IPF jury.
No, I'm keeping it light. That's why it's easy to be like me say, okay, let me keep it light. I'll say, Larry, I don't like changes you made with USAPL. Then it's light. But if I wanted to go heavy, but I'm not trying to go heavy, I would say things like people who had to delete their Instagram and when they come back, they have to have their comments turned off. There's some people throughout the year who've some for really real controversies where now we're going heavy, big guns. And I'm like,
dude, we should just go heavy.
Do I talk about those people?
We want to go heavy, bro. What the fuck?
Why am I loading
70 kilos? I can load 700.
But I don't know. What do you guys say? Do you guys have more?
My naughty list for sure. I mean, I don't want to get myself into trouble, but yeah, I mean, like the IPF jury for sure. It's not the people, it's just the system. I just don't fuck with the system. I think it's super outdated. It doesn't make any sense to me why you've got jury members and they're sitting together. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I get it. You guys want to talk and converse. Good. We've got Zoom. We've got Google Meet. We've got Discord. We've got plenty of chat stuff you can use. You should all be in separate rooms. I shouldn't know what you're choosing and what this guy's choosing and whatever. In fact, I shouldn't even know who else is on the jury. They should all be like random, anonymous. And here's my only thing. This is the argument that I make to people. And again, this might upset some people listening, but please know I come from a good place. I want to see this sport flourish. It's nothing personal. So in the rule book, so far as I know, benefit of the doubt goes to the lifter, right? Is that true? I need some head nods.
According to the rule book, yes.
According to the rule book,
Yeah.
okay. So when a jury, a team of 3 to 5 adults, take more than 60 seconds to make a decision on an overrule or something like that, would you say that maybe they doubt the referee's call? That there's doubt present in the decision? I think it's fair to say the doubt exists. So according to the rules, when in doubt, benefit goes to the lifter. If it takes you 5 fucking minutes to figure out the decision, maybe the benefit should just go to the lifter. Because that's what the rule says. I didn't say that. You guys put it there. So things like that bother me. And I think the system needs to change. It's nothing to do with the people. I think humans are humans. We do the best we can. We make mistakes. Maybe there's bias. Maybe there's not. I can't prove that. But what I can prove is that the system is a little bit flawed. And I do think that the rules, if they want to be super strict about certain rules, I think that they should be strict about all the rules, not just some of them. You know what I mean?
I swear last year I said naughty list is the IPF jury for Gavin. I'm pretty sure I said that last year.
I think you did too. I think you did too. Yeah, fair enough, man. It doesn't always seem like it's when in doubt going towards a lifter. There are some flip of the coin 50-50 calls that could have went either way. And you're like, that was 50-50. That's a tough one. And it doesn't always go to the lifter.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, dude, like that makes good sport, honestly. Like, and I'm speaking as somebody who's been on the side, where it kind of really ruins my day. But the reality of it is that's sports, and that's cool. Like Worlds, right? I hit that third squat at Malta, and as soon as I celebrate, Delaney was like, dude, as soon as you celebrated, that was it. Like, they didn't give a shit, and then you celebrated, and that was boom. He saw them turn, done. If that was like within a minute or so of the lift being finished, which I'm pretty sure it was, like, fine, it is what it is, dude. You guys made the call. But when you have to debate each other, and it's not violent, but it's definitely aggressive debating, it's like, no, I think it's this. It's like, at that point, dude, and if it takes you more than a minute or two to make the call, that obviously you guys don't know what the fucking call is. That's why you're debating it. So that means you doubt the call. So the benefit of the doubt goes to the lifter. Like, it's just in those instances, I think it's not as common as we think. You know, I think, like you said, it can go either way. Sometimes you get a good call, sometimes you get a bad call. That's sports. If it gets overruled and it's pretty much right away, it's like, okay, it is what it is. But when you're sitting there for a while and it's like, dude, what's going on? Why don't we have a call here? That's when it's like, all right, like, it's hard to argue against there being some sort of other variable at play. So I just want to see a little bit of a different, maybe a system change, system upgrade, and then maybe we go with the benefit of the doubt goes to the lifter. And I think that would also really help with the spectatorship and the viewership. And for athletes, dude, like, I will never forget, and I'll shut up after this, but I'll never forget at Sheffield, the first Sheffield, it took them a while to overturn that third squat, right? Big moment. And my mom, at the end of the meet, went up to one of the guys, the jury members, and was like, do you remember, like, what? She had asked something about, like, why did you overturn it? Whatever. My mom doesn't really know the sport. She didn't know it was, because of depth or whatever. The dude didn't remember. First, he didn't really remember who I was. They said, oh, yeah, Gavin, I know who you're talking about. Didn't really remember. This is what he said to her. He's like, I don't really remember what the call was, but don't worry. He's young. He'll be back. First of all, fuck you, because I may not be back. I could die tomorrow, number one. Number two, you know how much blood, sweat, and tears we put into these 9 attempts? I don't think people understand how difficult it is to do what we do and do it at the level at which we do it, and how much pride is the wrong word, but yeah, I think honor we take in putting on good performances, great performances. And so this isn't football. You don't get 16 games. You don't get a whole season. You get one fucking meet. And if you add it up, it's 9 minutes of your life at maximum, right? So that's what I get. I get 9 minutes. And the success or failure of that 9 minutes is largely dependent upon the jury and the referees and their decisions, right? And that's what I've seen, which is okay. But I don't think that it would be fair to just be like, oh, okay, well, it is what it is, so let's just leave it. It's like, no. Like, I understand it's where it's at right now, but let's try to improve it a little bit. So that's my argument for it. So 100%, if we're going heavy, I think that's got to be on my naughty list for sure.
How did I know we did? Gavin's on the roster. We're gonna be talking about squat depth on the naughties. Judges the squat. Every year we do this. Gavin, like, all right, it's got to be full consent. Nothing changed from last year.
Bro, dude, any call, dude, any call. I've had bench calls. I'm like, what the fuck, But it is what it is. I mean, sometimes things go in my favor, but I'm just, obviously, I'm Italian. I'm passionate. You know what I mean?
I love it, dude. The worst is not to bring some passion to it. I love it. I'll say also, coaches, these people are going on my naughty list. Coaches whom can't be professional when running an entrepreneurship and getting back to clients, and far too often has this become a situation within powerlifting. I don't know if it's because we have people whom don't have schooling in terms of business and haven't necessarily been caught up in how to run a business and entrepreneurship. You're an entrepreneur and you're running a business. Or if due to some people can reach popularity extremely young, and then they find themselves in a role of being an entrepreneur and running a business at an age where maybe they haven't matured into it yet and are ready. Most people in actual, outside businesses don't take over a business of that size and actually eat food off it and live off it until they're in their 30s or maybe even 40s. Some people are going to be 21 years old and be entrepreneurs. But you're starting to see it relatively common. Even big name coaches, and people are saying they're not getting back to me. There's, tons of issues. And I'm not necessarily throwing out names here or whatever. I'm not doxing people and shit like that. We've all seen it. But
Nick, man, no.
If you're going to make that plunge, this is Gavin Naden, by the way. But if you're going to take that step and you're going to open a business, you got to take it seriously and even do some consultation ahead of time. Have yourself set up. And this is something maybe other people got to do who have been doing it for years. Like Pana's been doing this for years. And maybe this might be too much to take on. But if someone like Pana had time to be like, hey, not only is this how you coach, this is how you run a coaching business. This is the format and infrastructure you need to have in place. These are the amount of times you need to check in with athletes. This is the structure of the templates that you use. And if you charge more, it's personalized. All of it laid out. Like, someone's got to teach people. There is no barrier to entry on this end. And we're seeing even top end people fall into traps of this. And I think that again, most people are well intentioned, but they just haven't been equipped. They haven't been in that area long enough, and it's difficult to schedule your own days. Easier to show up at a job 9 to 5 and your day is scheduled for you, or people are on you. You have managers on you setting deadlines and meetings and etc. And you're a member of projects. To 100% you do it entirely on your own, and now you have to manage it.
Penna, do you use like CRMs, or like do you have systems that you put into place like in your business to kind of help with that?
So right now, like me personally, I don't coach a lot of athletes. I've reduced that a lot, and mostly right now I'm coaching through my training app. So it's all handled by like an app basically, with payments, with everything. So I, I'm I don't have those things to consider, quote unquote, anymore. The only
Much
coaching, like
easier.
in-person coaching I do, individual coaching, it's like either athletes that I've coached for a long time or friends. So Tiff, Julien, Tiff's boyfriend. I have Sovan who podium at Worlds, stuff like that. So much easier.
How much
Yeah.
easier is that? If you got an app that
Yeah.
just sets it up, it's all automatic. It's all automated.
Yeah. Yeah.
From
Yeah.
collecting the money to making sure they get their programs, it just gets released. It's all. That's another thing. You got people
Yeah.
peeking like I haven't got this program off this person or whatever. Like you see it
Yeah,
all over the place.
it's like a big, big, big change. So obviously, it's not. I would say it's not as cool as coaching individually, because coaching individually, when you have the lifters' feedback and you can exchange with them, talk technique, stuff like that, that's so much cooler. But the program is like much easier to run, I would say. I do have one thing on my naughty list this year.
Oh,
I think that's the
oh,
only thing I have.
okay.
Um, stiff knee sleeves.
Sorry, go ahead.
Stiff knee sleeves.
Yeah, ban them.
So basically, at French nationals, I watched almost all of the lifters that has had those knee sleeves. They weren't able to watch this, like to walk the steps to get onto the platform. And I'm like, we're transitioned from equipped because equipped was so restrictive because of that. And now it's almost like we're circling back to equipped, because then you have the stiff knee sleeves, then you'll have the stiff singlet, then you have the stiff this, the stiff that. And at the end of the day, like how much of that is yourself lifting the weight and how much is the knee sleeve helping you out? So yeah, I do have the knee sleeves, like the stiff knee sleeves on my naughty list. And I hope, like, I pray every day that um, SBD doesn't release those, because then, it's like during war, you want to have the best weapon, and then you have to, like, even if you don't want to, you'll have to use the best weapon in terms of like efficiency. Whereas in reality, I think for powerlifting, the best weapon isn't that. The best weapon is not the stiffer knee sleeve you'll ever have in your life. And we've seen some stiff knee sleeves get removed from the IPF list. So to me, that raises a lot of questions.
Which ones have gotten removed? I don't know much about like the stiff knee
I think
sleeve
the
stuff. I just
Hensu,
know
The
Inzer
Hansu
was
ones
like a
got
new one.
yeah,
removed. However, Hansu probably should be on my naughty list, huh?
oh,
Really?
Well, Hansu's got removed not because of the actual material, but because they didn't pay their fees because they've went ghost. They're a company that actually went ghost, which is insane.
Hmm.
So I fully agree with Pana. I want the stiff knee sleeves out. I struggle to argue for it because I really don't have any arguments that aren't just like elitism and slippery slope fallacies of like this is the same route that Equip went down. At what point do we have like stiff singlets and then suits, yada yada? Because like stiff sleeves are legal. They still are neoprene. They're just aged neoprene, but I don't know. I feel intuitively like what Pana said. They should be banned. The Hantu sleeves weren't banned for any reason other than they just didn't pay their fees. So
but there was
Would you
another pair,
guys
I think. I think it
would you guys
was
wear
two
them?
pairs.
Honestly, so ever since Mark Bell got his X sleeves through into the IPF, I've always very much questioned the validity of like the whole approval system, because it states within the rules that knee sleeves, aside from being approved, need to be fully constructed of neoprene or a similar material. Um, the X sleeves have denim on them, like they're terrible sleeves. Don't get me wrong, but they have denim just patched into them. It's like their main selling point. Denim is the same material used in suits. How it got through was purely money. The IPF only cares about approving stuff if you pay them. Hansu didn't get their sleeves reapproved because they didn't pay them, and it's sadly that simple.
Pana, what about you? Would you, because you had mentioned that kind of like it's similar to war where even if you don't want to use the gun, you might have to, or whatever that, that top performing tool is. Would you find yourself in that situation? If you found yourself in that situation, would you use the sleeves?
I think I would, man. I do think I would. I don't want to because again, I think the beauty of our sport, like I said, is the barrier for entry. It's so low. When you squat using your knee sleeves, it's not a different squat than it is like in commercial gyms, which is why I think people assume that people watch powerlifting because we lift heavy weights. Yeah, that's part of the reason, but it's not the only reason. Otherwise, equipped would be much more popular than raw is. And the reason as to why raw is more popular than equipped is because people can relate to us. You know what I mean? We don't have our elbows like too hunched forward when we go to bench because we have a suit on, etc., etc. So I think when you need to walk to the rack and you're not able to bend your knees, that those says a lot about the equipment you're using. So I don't want to use those sleeves, and I'm glad I'm with SBD, so I don't have to question myself. Now you tell me you're against an opponent who uses those knee sleeves, and you're going head to head at Worlds, and they're allowed to use them, and let's say it gives you a 20 kg boost on your squat, then obviously I'll question that myself because I want it to be a fair play. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
I think I would try them at least if SBD had them, and I'm glad they don't, but I would probably try them. Yeah.
To play devil's
Yeah.
advocate, though, where do we draw the line? Because
Yeah.
even the
I was thinking
softest
about
sleeves add, 2.5 keys. Like let's
Yeah,
not let's
yeah.
not joke around. Let's not lie. Sleeves add. So if they're all made of neoprene, it's very hard to like actually draw like rules and differentiations. We can sort of intuitively tell what sleeve is stiff, what sleeve isn't. But like you said, like the low barrier of entry, where do we draw the line? Would we go the nuclear option of just being like, okay, all sleeves are banned? I don't think that's financially feasible. I don't think any of the companies would ever agree to that. But, would we as athletes agree to that? Just saying like, okay, we can't police the stiffness of the sleeves. At some point they add too much. It's no longer raw, quote unquote. Do we just go back to naked knees? Right? Like where do we draw the line? How do we identify what's a sleeve that isn't so stiff that it, defeats the point of competition?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a really, really good point. I the thing is, we haven't talked about this situation between ourselves, right? But we agree. And I
Yeah.
think when a lot of top lifters have the same feeling about something where we know the sport, but then to your point, like in the rule book, where do you draw the line? I think that's the question, and I'm not like I don't have any answer to give to that. Now, in terms of as athletes, we do have this feeling, this sentiment that it's not the right thing to do. It's not the right way to think about like this equipment. Um, yeah, I think it's tough, man. I think it's tough, but
Yeah.
I still have them on my naughty list.
Yeah.
Hedrick
I
was on
think
the
it's hard.
podcast. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh,
Ken.
sorry, Ryan. No, go ahead, sir.
Hedrick was on the podcast and he said Kyoto wanted to increase his total to make it to World Games so much that he he did not renew his contract with SBD or whatever it was, severed ties so that he can have on different knee sleeves that
Yeah.
would add more. Even if it was just 2.5 kilos, etc., it's 2.5 kilos.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
is an
like
arms
he
race.
when
It
he
is an arms
competed,
race.
yeah, when he competed at Asians, he used a Titan singlet and I can't remember, but stiff knee sleeves. So he didn't use SBD equipment. Um, but what's the correlation with the World Games?
Something about, and I wasn't necessarily aware, but if he won best lifter at the Asian Championships, he could possibly get a world wild card to World Games. He's not going to. Kendrick said that the 74 is likely to get more GL points. He hadn't competed yet at Asians, but they think he would have needed like 740 or something big. So, but he's like, I'm going all in. I'm going so all in.
Yeah.
Kendrick said Kyoto was literally in conversation saying, if I don't make it to World Games, I might retire. I don't even know if I want to do this. He was so all in. He severed his relationship with SBD so he can wear specific knee sleeves, the stiff ones I assume you guys are talking about, but I don't know, maybe there's several brands that are. And he was so in, he was burn your ships for lack of a better term there. But he was going all in. He was going all in.
Now
And
he's going to be Gavin's favorite 66 kg lifter, Ryan.
that's right. That's right. Gavin's like,
Just
I like
because
this
of you,
guy.
man.
I
Just
like this
because of
guy.
you, man. I was the one, and now
Yeah.
Kyoto
Yeah.
will be the one.
No,
But yeah,
it's a tough call, especially I agree with Pana. It's a tough call as an athlete, especially because I think to get to a certain level and to not only get to a certain level, but then continue to push yourself to climb, it becomes more about ideals and what things mean to you than it does about the actual like physical process of things, right? Something has to move you, and it has to be completely internal because there's a storm about you in a way. Like literally you are on a ship in the middle of a stormy sea, and something has to center you. You have to hold on to something. Otherwise you drown and you'll be overtaken by the storm. And I think the the higher degree of excellence you achieve in any given craft, the more you start to realize like, wow, that citadel for me has to be within. And so what am I talking about? When you have like a moral ground or there's something that means something to you as an athlete, it means a lot because that's what you're standing on when it is the third pull of a world championship and everything is on the line. That's what you're leaning on. That's what you're thinking about. And so if you compromise there, then what's to say you won't compromise on yourself in other situations? You've weakened your mindset in a way. You've given in, so to speak. And so it is honestly like it's a tough thing, man, because I completely agree. Like I used to be in that same boat. And it actually wasn't until this year that I started to realize like, fuck, man, like it's crazy to think that when SBD released those powerlifting knee sleeves, I was actually really surprised at how many athletes wanted to use them that I knew, like friends of mine that have been to Sheffield, all that stuff. And in my mind, I was like, why? Like I love the regular I still to this day compete in and use the Black Phantom SBD knee sleeves that came out back in October of like 22 or something like that. Um, and it's not that I don't like the new sleeves. It's just like I just don't see the purpose. And for them, the common response was like, I really like them, but at the same time, I feel like they give me a little bit more in the squat. That's what I'm hearing. And it's a little bit true, right? If it weren't true, people wouldn't be using them the way they're using them. And so it's really tough because like Nick said, where do you draw the line? At what point do you say, oh, you know what? No, 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 that's too much. Same thing with the belt, dude. Like when I started powerlifting, I was using a 10 millimeter belt, an Inzer 10 millimeter. Then I remember it being such a big deal for me to graduate to the 13 millimeter. I was like, man, should I do it? I don't know. This is such a big decision. And then, looking back, it's funny because, you're a kid and you just don't realize, the difference. Having used the 13 for so many years now, I went to use the 10 when SBD first launched it. And I was like, fuck no, I am never using this. There's no way. The 13 feels amazing. Like, why would I go to the 10? And so you don't realize it until you've now experienced this quote unquote upper level. And so even there, right? It's like, what if they came out with like a 15 millimeter? You know what I mean? It's like, this is what we're used to. This is what we're comfortable with. So we're okay with this now until we push the boundary a little bit. Then we try it and we're like, okay, no, 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 this is the new ground. So I agree with Nick, man. It's really hard to like figure out where you draw the line. And I do also see, like, I see the dilemma, and I completely agree with Penna. Like, it's really hard because as an athlete, your job is to be the best. to put up the best performance possible, and you do it to win. And although I do believe you win on your terms, at the same time, are you shorting yourself because of a moral dilemma? And is that so? Like, this would be my philosophical debate with myself. It would be, I say I want this and I'm willing to give anything to get it, but am I willing to sacrifice my own morals for this, my own ideals for this? If not, does that mean I'm honorable, or does that actually mean that I'm not what I said I was, which is somebody who's going to go all in and make the sacrifices necessary, right? And you can see it from both sides. So it's really tough, dude. That's a tough place to be. And yeah,
You
I
know
don't
what I
know.
would say?
Damn.
I would say I thought of something. Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line between supplements and banned substances? It's just a list that says, hey, you cannot take this, you cannot take that, you cannot take that. But why do we take supplements? Is because they help us out. Like they help us with like muscle protein synthesis. They help us with our sleep, with some sleep supplements. They help us with our vitamins, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So where do you draw the line? It's there's somebody that said, hey, this, that, you cannot take that, but you can take that. And I think at some point you just have to draw that line and know, okay, that's not the right way. Let's draw the line here, and everything that's above that line, we're not allowing it, and everything that's under that line, then, be my guest and use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, like Nick said, frick, if we start going down this path, what are we all going to end up equipped? That's how equipped happened, eh? Over years and
Yeah,
years and years, it just got a little stiffer, a little stiffer, a little stiffer, and then all of a sudden, it was where it was. We
yeah,
didn't start off equipped. We evolved into a little stiffer, and then we were equipped. We can't go back, guys.
yeah,
We evolved into this, and then we're gonna de-evolve into equipped all over again. We got to be careful.
yeah,
Yeah, but you need to know the history of that to even understand why, like, because really it's only old heads and boomers, if you will, like us, that care about stiff sleeves. I guarantee you, if any junior listens to this podcast, they're going to respond to all of this with like, "It's just sleeves. It's not that deep, bro." Especially with Gavin, but like it kind of is. Like,
No, it is, bro.
yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I will say this. I've never used stiff sleeves in my life. It was maybe a couple weeks ago. I had just tried them just to kind of see, right? And it wasn't a heavy day or anything like that. Brother, it's ridiculous the kind of pop you get. Now, I will say they were super painful. Like I could not
Yeah.
feel my feet. It sucked. So like it kind of goes both ways. Like I don't know if I'd ever compete in them because it is really uncomfortable. I don't know if I could literally keep them on for the duration of 3 attempts. But there's a big difference, and especially if you're strong already, because that means you have the muscle tissue, you have the technique, you're getting the most out of those sleeves. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, and I've put on a single stiff sleeve. I put on one knee, and I'm claustrophobic, so I started freaking the fuck out. I was panicking. I was in my living room. It was like 2 a.m. I was sweating. I hated it. So that bias alone, I'll never use them because I'm scared of them. But it totally, like, we don't lift equipped because we want to see what we can do raw. And if we want to lift equipped, we would lift equipped. And to, like, have that sort of gradient start to, get a bit fuzzy where it's like, okay, now there's raw, but there's levels to raw. It's hard not to be elitist about it and just be like, I'm almost tempted to put on like the SBD 5 mm sleeves, like the Ollie sleeves, and just be like, fuck it. Like, I don't need sleeves at all. Just man it out.
Bare
I don't
knee.
do that though, but
we have
it's
one Fed in France where it's bare knees.
yeah. We used to have a
Yes.
Fed in Canada called 100%
Yes.
Raw, and they were awesome. They stood by it. You weren't allowed anything. You were allowed a singlet. And then over the years, they were like, okay, you can use a belt. Okay, you can use wrist wraps. Okay, you can use knee sleeves. Now I'm pretty sure
Multi-rep
you're allowed
squat
elbow
suits,
sleeves.
multiply squat suits
Yeah,
untested.
it's like that alone. You see how a Fed had a vision of being 100% raw, and over the years, that vision is dead. They now use the same amount, if not more, equipment as the CPU. There's no reason to do 100% raw, and that's sort of the same path that raw powerlifting would go down. If it's like, okay, because I'm pretty sure competitor brands. I don't want to, SBD is on my banner right now. I can't say anything, but there's talks about like stiff singlets.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line? Like we
Yeah.
have to draw it farther back because this is just getting fuzzy. Where it's like, okay,
Yeah.
stiff singlet, we have stiff sleeves. What's next? Where do we keep going with this?
We've seen this before. Well, we'll see. We'll keep a tab on this one. It could be an arms race. You guys want to get into our wish list then? Maybe we get a little more
Softer
positive for our
sleeves.
Let's do it.
today's
do it.
special. All right. Here's off the top. I'll go first on my wish list is to see all the 83s clash together at the same time. Here's something that's bothering me. We got Russ at Jurgens and Tim Monagatti. That's great at Sheffield. But then we have American nationals. And Russ we're not going to get Russ versus Taylor, which we've been waiting for years.
Oh, no,
Obviously,
Russ versus Sean.
Russ versus Sean. We're going to miss that. Joey Bornstein. We're not going to see. We might not get all of 2025. Russ and Joe may never clash because only one of them might go to Worlds, one or the other, but not both. So, and they're both not going to be at Nationals. So that we're going to be robbed of some major showdowns, and 83s are so hot right now. And I'm glad we got Sheffield giving us that showdown, and I'm sure Worlds will have some great showdowns. But even in Britain, is Ade and Jurgens are going to clash at Sheffield. But how does that look at Worlds? Are we going to get both of them at Worlds with Borenstein or Russ or whomever makes it through? Like it's obviously it's a gift and a curse to have so many good 83s, but we're not going to see them clash, not even domestically within America. That's why Sheffield moving to later on in the year, there's pros and cons to it. From Worlds to Sheffield, there's not as great a time, so people aren't going to increase their totals as much. That's true. However, it will open up these nationals that happen earlier in the year, and we won't have the conflict where some people at Sheffield, some people at nationals, you got to pick and choose, and the nationals, we're not going to see all the clashes for the national titles. Hopefully, everybody, you're an American, we're going to see you all clash. Same platform.
Wait, why wouldn't Russ go to nationals?
I think he could, but I don't think he has to. I think you could use your total from Sheffield.
Brother, you're an athlete. Fucking show up to nationals. Competing for a national championship to go to Worlds. You show up to nationals. And the reality is, I think Russ is a great athlete. Obviously, people know I'm not trying to bash him. The truth is he can't afford to, no matter what he puts up at Sheffield. He could put up 925 at Sheffield and it still would be a threat at nationals. You know what I mean? Like if nothing else
would be safe.
I don't know.
You went
dude.
too high.
I don't know.
You went too high for your point. But I got your point.
Nick, you're not allowed to speak for the next 5 minutes. Let me. First it was the Russia thing, and now.
But I got your point. I do agree. You got to show up at the nationals to fight for your national title.
There's plenty of time, dude. There's plenty of time. I'm sorry. It's January 25th, right? Is Sheffield, and nationals is going to be first week of April. That's a minimum of 8 weeks, I think. So that's a solid peak and taper. You know, so like I feel like you'd be able to do it. And dude, even if you know what, man, like even if you don't go all out and you don't want to push yourself at all, just show up. Like literally just show up because that's what you do. You're a professional, you show up. So in my opinion, if we're gonna do that and that's how we're gonna hold ourselves and we're gonna be champions, we're gonna do that, you show up. And again, there's nothing against any athlete you choose not to. That's your choice. But the opportunity is there. It's not like this is, next weekend. Jurgens won Worlds. A week later, Pana said that he fucking out totaled what he did at Worlds. So
yes,
okay, so no excuses. I don't want to hear anything then. I mean that's just the truth. Yeah, so I don't think there's any excuses. And Agata, we just all agreed that she's like the best. 2024, you just said she does 9 meets a year. I mean, come on, we can't be making excuses for each other. So yeah, I think we hold each other to the standard. And I'm not saying that this is exclusively Russ. I'm just mean in general. I think 100% all U.S. Sheffield guys should be at nationals for sure.
Well, in like all this, we're focusing on U.S. because there's so many U.S. stars, but all nationals, period. If you got lifters going to Sheffield, it will clean up that, if nothing else. But my wish is we see all these gentlemen and all these ladies on the same platform. Same with look at the 93s can easily be split up, and on any given year, you could be robbed of massive showdowns because the Americans are split up. And if there's 2 months in between, powerlifting Americans can say, we're not going to recognize your Sheffield total. It will not get you onto a national team. You have to show up. We've deemed it far enough. We're forcing you to. They could have done that.
Do you guys think that federations should make that choice? Do you guys think that federations should stop allowing? I don't know how it is on the other federations, but at least for American, should stop allowing Sheffield totals to place you at in a position for Worlds?
It depends how close it is to like your nationals. I know that the CPU has just had such an issue trying to plan their calendars that I would not be surprised if there was one year where like Sheffield and Nationals was in the same week, just off of our track record. And at that
On
point,
the
it's
same
like,
day.
yeah, come on, let them go. I
Same
think if they're
day.
spaced far enough away, then like it's jurisdiction on each, national fed, but it really is a timing thing. I do think it's like a bit unfair to some athletes where it's like, look, if you do really, really well and you end up going to Sheffield and representing, our country and all that jazz, um, but now you have to come back in, 4, 5, 6 weeks and compete for nationals again against someone who's been primed and ready for like a year. It's a bit of a kick in the head. But honestly, that doesn't typically happen, especially with where they're maneuvering Sheffield to. Because you said November, right? It'll be like way later in the year.
That's right.
I don't know of many countries that don't have their nationals set specifically early in the year, so then they can use it as a world's qualifier. So I think it should be fine, right? Like to
Eventually, yeah.
Gavin's, you don't need more than like 8 weeks to prep for a meet, really. Eight's fine.
No, yeah, I think that's why while it hurts, it can hurt Sheffield in a way of you're going to have less question marks around performances. Like, wow, how much has Gavin put on his total? How much has Penna put on their total? With 6 months, you're like, oh, it's kind of you never know. With 3 months, a little closer. It's still going to be great showdowns because you could. I was saying on the Kedrick podcast, we were talking about this. If you ran back the 93s a week later, I'm going to watch, and someone else could win. You could, yes, you could shuffle the deck. Same with the 57s between Jad and Natalie. Who the frick knows? Any given weekend, a different one of them could win. Between the 83s, to be honest, do they need 6 months to shake up their total? You know what? Week to week, a different guy is going to have a different day because they're so close anyway. So I think Sheffield will be fine. And it will clear up this whole you do all the other nations will follow suit. The nations will have their nationals earlier in the year. And then the regional events like Euros is now a couple months after. And then in the summertime, you'll have Worlds. And then near the end of the year, you'll have Sheffield. And then it's hopefully, I mean, there's always going to be some issues, pros and cons, but hopefully it's not the issues we have now where it's like, how do we sort out who's making American teams and certain people feel shortchanged. I don't know. And we say Russ won't be at nationals. I think he was leaning towards not, but maybe he does. Who the frick knows? I don't know when the cutoff is to sign up and what's going to happen. And anybody could change their mind and do it. But my wish, doubling back on my wish list, is we see this.
Yeah.
I want to see this. I need to see these 83s.
Yeah, I do think that more head-to-heads, like head-to-heads are always. Gavin said it way early on in the podcast and way early on in this episode about like taking risks and how like honestly we're gonna get to the point where everyone is so strong and pretty evenly strong that it really isn't about the strongest lifter on the day. It's like who takes a risk and gets away with it, right? Who wants to play the odds? Who wants to really redline on the day? Like you're not gonna get away, especially with how tight the 83s are at the top. You can't get away with like sandbagging a 9 for 9 day anymore. Like you need to redline it. You need to, risk a third squat, risk a third pull, maybe even a third bench, probably all three. And that's only really viable on these head-to-head competitions. That's why we care about them so much. It's why Worlds matters more than just a big total at the end of the year. So actually maybe yeah, I do think that honestly maybe they should stop using Sheffield totals as nominations like entirely and just make it you need to come to the head-to-head, you need to play.
Penna, do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, so in France, we had the system where the person who goes to Worlds is the one who wins nationals. So if you don't compete at nationals, normally you don't get to compete at Worlds. And I think the reason is everybody knows when nationals is about to happen, and you show up, you do your best, and the best man on the day goes to Worlds. So, and I would 100% agree with you guys on that. I think at the end of the day, if we take the example with the US, where let's say you do Worlds, you win, you do Sheffield, then you're like, oh, I'm not going to compete at nationals because I just competed at Sheffield. And if somebody else wins at nationals, then you don't go to Worlds. Then you don't get the automatically qualifier for Sheffield, and then maybe you're not doing Sheffield the next year. So at the end of the day, I think it's about like how much do you want it and how ready are you to fight for it. So yeah, so I think at the end of the day, so me personally, what I would do is obviously I would show up. Now, what people should do, I think, you know, like we said earlier, with the what ifs. If somebody in the 93s does something big from the US, let's say at Sheffield, and then at nationals, they don't show up, you're like, oh, what if, what if, what if, what if? So show up, compete. Whoever is number one goes to Worlds, plain and simple.
I said this. My wish list is for the E3s. Fuck it. I'm pulling it. I'm saying nations make them show up. All of them.
Yeah.
All weight classes. Bring
Yeah, I
them in.
agree.
Bring
Yeah,
all
I
the
agree.
fellas in.
And
You have to. You want in? You want in on
yeah,
the national spot? You got to
boat's
fight
you
for
cool,
know
it.
what
bro.
I'll add? I'll also add on my wish list that athletes either compete more often or throw their lifts more often. Because right now, why is everybody so excited? Is because uh Durance and Russ battled it at Worlds. Ade showed up at what was it? Western Euros.
Yep.
Joey B showed up at Rally. He's lately showing up a lot on Insta, posting all of his crazy lifts. Taylor competed just recently, showed up, etc., etc. Gavin showed up. He broke the world record. Kyoda just showed up, broke the 66 kg world record. What I mean by that is, why do we have so much hype around powerlifting lately? We talked earlier about Agata competing 9 times. It's because they show up. Either the athletes show up or they compete. And I think that if you want to play the game of, I'm not going to compete for 2 years, I'm not going to post my good lifts, my impressive lifts for 6 months, I think the hype of the sport will just die out. So on my wish list, I have more athletes doing more comps or posting more often.
Second that, man. I'm sick of people not showing the top lifts and whatnot. Help us. Help us help you.
Yeah,
Please.
It's
yeah.
it's getting
And
better though.
yeah, it does. I agree.
Yeah, it's getting better. I think too, like there was like a stigma about it. Like there's like this strategic approach to powerlifting where you don't show your shit and whatever the fuck. I never really understood it, but I get it. A lot of people, like I know a lot of people who do that. But even those people are starting to turn around and are like, screw it. Like, yeah, even if they don't post their top set, they're still posting like a really heavy warm up or something like that. And I think that's cool. I think that's awesome. Um, but yeah, I 100% think that athletes should be showing up to a national championship to compete for the world championship because Sheffield is like an all-star game. That's literally what it is. You know what I mean? So it's like you want to compete there, dude. That's awesome. Like it's a phenomenal competition and a phenomenal opportunity, but it's still your choice. Like nobody's making you do both back to back. You're choosing to go to Sheffield. So I'm also cool with if you're the type of athlete who wants to take a year off and whatever and rest up or reapproach train whatever. That's cool too. Like you've now said, you know what? I'm taking this step back. I've done XYZ in the sport. I'm good. I'm going to return later. That's fine. But if you have every intention of trying to go to Worlds and you're like, nah, fuck it. Like I'm good. My total from Sheffield should be fine. Even if there is no competition, to me, it reflects poorly on the credibility of the sport because there's a lack of professionalism there. And that's just kind of the truth of it. And I know that like that might rustle some friends, but like I don't know. In my opinion, I understand that there are circumstances that might keep somebody from doing it, but at the same time, you owe the respect to the competitors, to the sport, to show up and give your best, especially because the sport is giving you that opportunity. Um, and like I said, dude, it's your choice. Like you're an athlete, bro. Like at the end of the day, you're an athlete. If you're gonna show up, you can show up. And it's I don't know, it's tough. I think on my wish list, kind of like a slight deviation from the topic though, is I'm kind of hoping like Rogue makes a move in raw powerlifting. Like I need them to do fucking something. I need them to like compete with Alico in some way, or like I need something to happen. I want to see them like buy out somebody or do something like exclusive contracts, fucking something. Because right now I feel like there's a stronghold between SBD and Alico on the IPF and on like powerlifting, which is fine. I love the new Alico combo. I thought it was awesome when I competed on it at NEPF. But I think it'd be really sick to have some more like competition with companies, because that'd be also great for the athletes. Like imagine if the only options, if there were more options than just Alico for, for a sponsorship, or SBD really for a sponsorship. You know what I mean? Like you've got two major players, but I would love to see capitalism kind of catch up a little bit and see some competition amongst the companies that are involved in the sport. I think that would be really healthy. Like, if you would imagine if this may be wrong, but I heard Rogue kind of pulled some money back from the Arnold. I think they're not going to be as like big of a presence there anymore. Imagine if they like partnered with SBD in some way. I don't know, like did something where it just injected even more cash into the business and just like made it so much bigger than it is. I think that'd be really fun. I think that'd be really cool. So
Don't they use Rogue Racks ironically at like Euros, which is really
Yeah.
weird?
I saw that.
Yeah.
But because they had a sponsorship with the EPF, the
Yeah.
European Federation.
Which is so weird. Why is the American equipment company sponsoring the EPF when like Alico is right there? I don't know. Also, the Rogue Rack sucks. Like,
Yeah.
I'll just
It's
say it right
super
away.
overbuilt, bro. It's
That like,
super
yeah,
overbuilt.
I think one of the main reasons why like Alico manages to like take that foothold over Rogue is because I think their bars are pretty comparable. Alico edges them out, but like the big thing, the rack, the Rogue Rack
Yeah.
is terrible. It's like the worst rack. Maybe it's genuinely, like you said, it's so overbuilt. If they had like a completely new rack design and like rebuilt that, I'd be totally down. But if Rogues ends up having more of a influence and I have Rogue racks at all of my meets, I'm going to just be upset.
I got a wish list one. Nick Manders comes back healthy
Yeah, me
in
too, man. That'd be
2020
cool.
in 2025. A challenger emerges for Jesus Oliveras, because I remember the days when Jesus would be battling Kelly Branton or frickin' Blaine Sumner or whatever, and or Ray Williams. Sorry, we would be battling those. Like we'd have some battles in the 120 pluses. Now it's the Jesus show, which is great, but we
And
could really use.
Teamer cut.
I
Why did
know
he do
Teamer's
that?
gone, and he doesn't look.
He doesn't look good. I'll say it. He looks weak.
He's not putting up numbers that are going to be. People are like taking his numbers as a 120 plus and being like, well, I mean, if he cut his numbers as a 120 plus are like Rondell. If he cuts, he needs to retain his numbers as a 400-pound man and cut down to 260 pounds, and then he's competitive with Rondell. It's not going to work. His numbers are the same as Rondell as a 120 plus. Stay 120 plus, keep growing, and he'll at least make Jesus have to make all his lifts and make it semi-interesting. He can do that. I think he's naturally, I don't think it's right in the right direction. Now, maybe he proves me wrong. And God bless, we could use another 120. He's, but I think that's a misdirection. And the lifts I'm seeing in the gym are not going to make him competitive against Bob and Rondell when he gets that. And he's not even 120 yet. It's not going to work. Eat, grow, be a big, strong guy. But even if it's, let's put him aside. I agree with you, Nick, on that. But even if we put him aside, somebody's got to press Jesus. Otherwise, he's going to turn into Amanda Lawrence eventually.
Dude, I think he's gonna cut down. I think he'd cut down before that happens.
Jesus.
Yeah, 100%.
And who's in 120 plus?
I was walking behind Jesus
Bro,
at Worlds.
Somebody will. I'll fucking.
Gavin, are you doing it? Yeah, are you gonna eat up?
Gavin,
5'5" on a good day, fucking 600 pounds.
You gotta eat your chips.
He's like, I gotta take one for the team.
I'll be floating from the shore, not forget about a ship.
You're never hitting depth at 120.
You're never hitting depth,
especially not in stiff sleeves. Fucking no, dude. I think Jesus absolutely would cut down. I thought I saw in his story he said, and maybe he was just kind of feeling himself for a moment, so maybe that's why I put it up. I don't know, but I know Ryan definitely saw it too. He said, my days in the 120 plus are numbered. And I know he's not talking about quitting powerlifting. Unless so here's the thing. He
It's
could
'cause he's a
maybe talk about
baller.
strongman. He could do strongman, but I think he would cut, bro. I think he would cut. And the thing is, he's got so much more muscle mass than I think people realize. Like
Yeah,
yes, does he have a lot of weight to lose? But he's got a lot of muscle mass. So he
it's
can't
crazy.
make like 225. I just don't think that'll ever be a day. He'd have to lose a lot of muscle. But to make 280, which is basically a 100-pound cut for him, which I know sounds like a lot, but like it's possible. And then water cut, whatever it is to the 120s, whatever. I think it's possible. And I also think he would do it because he's a social media guy. So it would be better for his social media. Um, he could then like he can leverage it in every way possible for almost every single sponsor he has. Like there's no reason, there's nothing that's holding him back from that except for like the difficulty of the cut. But here's the other thing to it. He's in the best situation to do it because he's been dominant in his class, no competition. Why stay there? What's the fucking point? Give yourself a challenge. The people know you're amazing. They know you're great. Not only did you win Sheffield, but you're multi-time world champion. You've set world records. What more is there to do as a 120 plus? Nobody's expecting anything else from you. So that's done. So everything is in your favor to make that cut. And it's healthy for you. It's not like me going to 120. It's him coming down. So he'd be shredded. And dude, I think it'd be sick. And I also think it would open the door too. Like if any of his brothers wanted to compete, I don't think they'd be 120 pluses, or maybe they would. I don't know. But
They would have
I
to
know
be.
that
Have
they're
you
a little
seen them?
bit. Dude, they're big, but they're not. Dude, I'm telling you, Jesus's muscle mass, it's crazy. So
It's
they don't
crazy.
have that. They don't have the degree of muscle maturity that Jesus has, or like good comparison. I know a lot of 93s, and I'm not trying to say this to gas myself. They don't look like me. I've been training for a really long time, so I have a lot of dense muscle tissue, and it's mature. Ben is smiling, but
Yeah, they don't.
you know
They
what I'm
don't.
talking about. You
Yeah, yeah,
get
they
what I'm
don't.
saying.
I
You get
agree,
what I'm
they
saying.
don't.
So
That muscle tissue.
and you though, right? How many people look like you, dude? Penna, there are people
I
that
hope
train
you're
7
talking to
days a
me
week
right now.
and take
They
I
don't
don't know who
either.
you're
steroids.
talking to, but I don't know who you're talking
And
about. Who are you
takes
talking about me right now?
Bro, there are people that train their ass off for like 20 years in a row with anabolics and doing all the CrossFits, like everything, and they will never look the way Penna looks just doing SBD. It's
Oh,
nuts.
come on.
But
Come on.
anyway, so you know what I
Nice.
mean? Like it's his brothers are huge, but they don't have the stature just yet. Like Pob's 100%, he's on his way, but you could just tell Jesus just has a lot more years under him, and he's got a lot of fucking muscle mass. So I think he could make like a 100-pound weight cut. It would take him like a year or two to do it, but he could do it. And then, dude, he's gonna come in,
I don't
fucking
know. So
total 3,000 kg.
I remember Eric Helms said they did a study one time and they deemed Ray Williams, this is when Ray was in his prime, was the most muscular man in the world, they thought, because they checked out his muscle mass and it was off the charts the amount of muscle mass he has. And when I was told, just to give you like 120 plus how muscular they are, to your point, and when I was walking behind Jesus, we were doing those KOTL live podcasts, and he was walking in front of me, and we were in the hallway, and looking at his back, he was just wearing a t-shirt. He is so crazy muscular, it's insane. Like, he's so thick. In the hallway from one side to the other, he completely took up the hallway. It, he is such a thick man, it's insane. And I don't know, 100 pounds, what he'd feel like, maybe, but I'm not sure. I don't know. It's such a big jump or drop. Sorry. We'll see. We'll have to see. Either way, if someone can emerge for him, and people emerge all the time in power, I thought it was going to be Timur until he cut. And I was like, fuck, we might have something. And then he cut. Someone else could emerge, of course, but I like to see it. What else is on your guys' wish list?
Teamer
I
back
got
to
more.
120 plus.
What's that?
Teamer back to 120 plus. He just looks so good. He looked so good at 120 plus.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
The
It's a
thing is,
tragedy.
what I'm thinking is, you oftentimes we see that those bigger lifters have more trouble on deadlifts because of their guts, etc., preventing them from getting into a good position to pull. So maybe his squat will suffer, his bench will suffer, but imagine if he becomes an even better, stronger deadlifter than he currently is. In terms of overall powerlifting, I don't know if it's better for him as an athlete, but maybe as like the biggest deadlift ever and better also like um, ratio with the body weight. Who knows?
Look at one thing I am mad at. Humans shouldn't be 400 pounds. You don't want to stay that big forever. It's not healthy for you. There's not a lot of 400-pound men who are in their 80s. You don't want to. So, I mean, it's amazing to be the strongest man in the world. I think Jesus is the strongest man in the world. 100%. Grab those titles, break those records, have the life experience, and to actually be the strongest man in the world must be crazy to be able to tell that to yourself. I'm the strongest human being alive. And it's crazy. There's billions of people, and you are the strongest in the world. That is nuts. So yeah, 100% do it. But it's one of those get in, get out approaches. Do it, but don't stick around too long because men weren't supposed to be 400 pounds, and we're human. So it's going to catch up to you eventually. So if he is going to drop, I understand it, and I wouldn't try to talk him out of it. But there it is. Here's another one on my wish list, and then we could get into moments because we're pressing 4 hours. By the way, holy shit, fellas! I was joking when I told Gavin we'll try to get you to your Sunday mass on time, and he's like 6:30, leave by 6:15. I was joking because that's over 4 hours later, and here we are. Apparently, we have to cut it short. I'm going to have to cut a bunch of shit that I have written because we won't because it's hard for us to squeeze 4 hours in. But anyways, on the untested side, maybe some stabilization of standards, stabilization of competitions. They, believe it or not, used to have a world championships and the whole nine, and they used to have national championships, regionals like Europeans, Asians, and worlds, and blah blah blah. Now I don't know what the hell's going on. They lost all their stars, not all of them, but a huge chunk of their stars. Their standards are all freaking all over the place, and I don't know what's the premier event. I'm not sure. I mean, they come
I
and go.
I heard that there is a untested federation coming around that is finally going to implement the stiff power bar for all three events. And my wish list is that that becomes the untested federation. I think that specialty bars, the squat bar and the deadlift bar, are ridiculous. I think they're super stupid, especially the deadlift bar. The squat bar, I kind of understand, but the kabuki deadlift bar, especially, ridiculous. There's no need for a bar to be that whippy. We're getting hundreds of pounds out of a specialty bar. It is silly. So, yeah, you're right. Untested is in like a complete disarray. But if they can finally unify under a banner where they're like, hey, we're gonna basically do like IPF rules, except now you can, you know, get a little
Yeah, do
juicy.
that.
That sounds perfect. It
Do
sounds
IPF
ideal.
with no testing. Do IPF and no test. Do 2 hour weigh-ins, all the same bars, standard of officiating, the whole nine. Do that. Just fine. Don't test. All right, you might actually have something, but this is crazy. It's a
Uh,
free fall.
you just sent me onto something. I didn't know have it had it on my wish list, but now I know. I also want to remove the deadlift bar because I think people then mess everything up and they don't know what they're talking about. Like, for instance, I don't want to name names, obviously, but there is a very, very good deadlifter with a deadlift bar that came over to France to do a deadlift session. And, we trained together. And so he deadlifts a lot. When I say a lot, if I say a number, people will understand. So I'll say he
I
deadlifts a lot more than I do. And when we trained, he deadlifted 5 kilos more than I do. And when he tried to do more, he didn't do it. He failed. So the deadlift bar gives him at least, and I really want to say at least, if my memory serves me right, this has to be around 140, 150 pounds.
holy shit.
And then, obviously, when then, for instance, us 66 kilo lifters, we go to lift, we get compared to people lifting in deadlift bars. And it's not the same. It's not the same sport. So, it's imagine you're playing a basketball game, but instead of having the rim at a given height, like let's say 2.5 meters, you have it at 1.5 meters. Obviously, you're going to score way more three-pointers and stuff like that. So I'm like, it's for me, it really beats the comparison with us like tested powerlifters. So I'm like, yeah, like Nick said, and like you said, Ryan, if untested want to use everything they want to use in terms of quote unquote supplements, absolutely no problem with that. But use a standardized bar so that things are comparable between ourselves. Because in reality, if you look, unless with given names, given athletes like John Ack, stuff like that, if you compare the weight classes on squats and bench, oftentimes the tested guys were stronger than them. And the only lift where there's a difference, it's on the deadlift. And it's not because of strength, it's because of the deadlift bar. So I do have that on my wish list.
Is there any more on the wish list, or should we move on to moments of 2024, personal and give thanks? I know we're going to lose Gavin shortly. We'll throw it to Gavin first, but we're literally losing him now. Look at he's disappearing into the background.
Just
As we get closer and closer, he just fades away into. And there he's gone, and we lost him. But we're all good with wish lists. Anyone want to throw some out, or should we move on? Okay, let's keep it moving. We're moving so quickly. 4 hours. Where did it go? Gavin, you want to go first with, do you have any moments of 2024 or a give thanks, or a moment and then give thanks?
Moments of 2024 and giving thanks. Oh man, I wish I would have prepared for this. I mean, first of all, I obviously, from a gratitude perspective, everybody who's listening, the people who I'm getting to share this conversation with, 4 hours flew by. And I don't even, doesn't even feel like it's been 4 minutes, honestly, because you guys are awesome to hang out with and talk to. So that's been a blessing. But yeah, very grateful for the opportunities that exist in powerlifting because of people like you guys, but then also the people who are listening, the people who feed into the sport. But then also just, I think, people willing to push the boundaries, and I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful for people who see something greater than where they are right now, and as a result of that we're even able to have these long conversations about, dude, I don't know what's going to happen at Sheffield, and I don't know what's going to happen at Nationals, and I think that there's a beauty in that, and I don't want to take that for granted because I think it's rare, and it's obviously rare because to be the best you have to be 1% of 1% of 1%. So never stop striving for that, in other words, and I'm very grateful for that. But yeah, man, best moments. Fuck. I mean, it was really special. NAPF was really special for me, obviously, but even that wasn't. It wasn't really NAPF itself. It was more so, the people I was able to succeed with, and my faith at that time too. Like just everything kind of coming together. That was really special. I think also like competing at Sheffield, that was really special as well because I built relationships and kind of fortified relationships with athletes that I never really thought I would. So like Gustav and I are pretty close, I would say, and we're, I really do respect him as a champion and as a lifter, and that's happened from testing ourselves against each other over time. Carlos is another individual where, truthfully, I really never knew what he was saying on the podcast and stuff going into 2024. I just knew he was kind of playing a little bit of like a villain role in a way. But at Sheffield, we were able to respect and acknowledge each other's danger, so to speak, and respect each other's capacity for excellence. And to be able to shake his hand, look him in the eyes, and agree to give everything. And it's like almost like a bit of like, listen, fuck you, I'm going to beat you, but also I respect you for giving me your best and trying to beat me. Having those moments, it's really special, and it's something that you just don't get to have unless you show up to that stage and you compete. So I'm really grateful for those moments, and those definitely stick out in the back of my mind. Yeah, man, dude, I feel like there's so many that I could list, but I think that those two, NAPFs and then Sheffield, are probably some of the biggest ones, or at least some of those powerful moments come from those. Yeah, I'm going to hand it off while I think of some other ones.
I can tell you right now, when you were doing NAPS, I'll never forget, freaking Lane Norton was helping you with the cut, and my man was texting me. I think he ended up calling me. He was on the edge of his seat, and your all-in approaches to fuck it, we ball on top, and you did like, I think it was like a 30-kilo crazy jump on your squats, in Lane seeing the attempt go in, and I think you missed it, and we're retaking it, and Lane was like, I'm gonna have a fucking anxiety attack. Holy shit. He's like, coaching Gavin is such a roller coaster of emotions. He's like, I got no control. I'm like, I just hope everything works out. And I'm like, well, This is what it is. You got a wild horse that you're trying to wrangle
Yeah, we
in, and
burned our
that's
ships, bro. What
Gavin.
the fuck? Come on, man. We burned our
Exactly. I
ships.
go, this is what it is, man. Don't try to tame that wild horse. Let him go. And then the end of the day, it worked out. But he was like, holy shit, man. He was
Yeah,
stressed. It was
I've been scaring him recently because I've been especially like before we were about, the 18-week out mark from nationals, I was talking about like cutting down to 83s and totaling 925, 950 at 83. And um obviously his job is to tell me like, hey man, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that's not what we should do right now. And the entire time I'm like, listen, man, fuck it. We need a greater challenge. We need to fucking go all in on this. These people don't think we can do it. Da, 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 da. So I've been giving him a run for his money recently, but yeah.
dude, if you go 83 and make that announcement, people are gonna go crazy. 83s are already crazy right now. But Nick, how about you, sir?
I'm always eternally grateful towards powerlifting as just something to struggle against and grow with. It acts like a mountain in that sense where like you can both lean on it, but you also have to like constantly climb it. And it's something very powerful in life and something that I'm always going to be grateful for. Powerlifting has given me a lot. And yeah, I think we're all going to be very similar in that respect, where we're going to respect powerlifting and be grateful for it. And it'd be silly not to. As for like my greatest moment in 2024 for powerlifting, personally, 2024 was my worst year for powerlifting yet. It was genuinely not a great time. Um, so I had to live a bit more vicariously through others, but I adored this Worlds. It went in with the idea of it being like a USA sweep, and it was not just like entertaining, but it was almost motivating and inspirational to like see some of the people do what they did. I mean, Jurens opened up the class in a way of like, people really didn't think Russ could get touched for so long, and then he gets beat, right? And that's coming from Jurens, who has put in more years in the sport at like the top level than some of us have even like done it, right? I remember watching Jurens in Calgary as like a sub junior, and he came what, like 13th. I only
Yeah.
remember him because he had like the wonkiest setup ever. He would like, he did that thing where he like backed into the back banner or whatever. And then he finally earns his flowers against one of the greatest ever 83s to ever do it. Gavin brought up Carlos. Dude came in with like 30 minutes to spare, flew in, barely weighed in, made it, squat world record. Awesome. Coolest shit ever. Yeah, a lot of my top powerlifting moments probably came from that Worlds. This Worlds was maybe like the best Worlds yet, I'd say.
I'd agree with that. How about you, Pana?
Yeah, so what's really, really cool is that Gavin has his own personality, Nick has his own, I have my own, and we all we all want to say thank you to powerlifting because we all are a bit different, but I think deep down powerlifting gave a meaning to us all and the meaning we were looking for. Um, I really want to be thankful for that. Also thankful for the ability to um, exchange, talk, live with you guys, with the rest of the community, online, in presence, our worlds, Sheffield, etc. Because I think it's really a blessing that we found each other and we found each other through this weird ass hobby, of lifting heavy weights. So it's really, really cool. In terms of special moments, um, so 2024 has been the roughest year for me personally, in terms of not as an athlete, because 2024 has been not a crazy year, but not a bad year either for me as an athlete. But in terms of my personal life, it has been the roughest, and I'm just glad I have people around me to anchor me into reality. I'm glad I have powerlifting to have a reason to get up every morning, to show up to the gym, to talk to people, etc. Because I think without that, I probably would be lost. So And like Nick said, I think sometimes we take all of that for granted, and it's important to reflect upon that, especially when we come at the end of a year. Now, in terms of moment, Worlds was very, very special to me. Although I lost, and I don't really have a very like positive memory of it, it's still an experience I wouldn't trade for anything in the world. So I'm glad I had that moment at Worlds. Another big key moment also obviously was Sheffield. That was my first ever participation, not the last. For some people maybe doubting it, but don't worry about it. I'm doing everything to not for it not to be the last. Um, but yeah, that was awesome. I was there with my dad. Uh, I got to share some really, really cool moments with crazy athletes. Gavin is one of them. The other athletes of the roster, you know, we take all of that for granted. Um, Unfortunately, lately we had the passing away of one lifter in France, who was 26 years old, passed away in his sleep. So Stanley Odin. And it it affected me so much, man. Just makes you realize how fragile a lot of things can be, and how, grateful we should be, and lucky we are actually to just be alive, to just be healthy, to be able to compete, to be able to do the sport we love and be good at it. So yeah, this year, uh, I think it was a lot of self-reflection, and hopefully I'll be able to grow from it in 2025.
First off, gentlemen, well said. For me, hmm, when I got a couple things I gleaned from this. So when I was at the World Championships and we were doing those live podcasts, King of Lifts, first off, every time I ask somebody and I'm thinking, it wouldn't matter if it was like Pana, who's coming off an incredibly difficult, we say loss. These guys ended up on the podium and did phenomenal and lose on body weight, tied on total. But I know what it means to Pana. And when you ask, you're like, will he want to do this? Russ, would he want to? Russ lost in front of the world and people were celebrating and it was like very difficult. Is he going to want to talk about this live? This is live. And you didn't know who's going to say what. And everybody from Russ to Penna to Perk to whoever. Jesus had to be before he lifted. They all said yes. And to know like you're in a position where like the community will give back and you can ask these questions and people will say, yes, I'll do this. In the reception that we got, everybody, like the amount of people that watched those live podcasts. And then when I double it back to Sheffield, and there's 2,500 people there. In between every freaking session, people are coming up to the booth because I'm commentating and they want to say hi. Let's like come on out. And Pete Spence, there was like a line forming. And it's just in between squat, bench, or whatever. And Pete Spence said, Ryan, you have to leave and go over there because there's a queue forming. And it still doesn't seem real. It doesn't get old hat. It still is like, why the fuck is there a line form? Why are people listening to the podcast all over? And people are telling me, they're taking pictures with me, and you go through your day-to-day life, and nobody gives a shit in my day-to-day life. Keeps me humble. That's good. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Go to the grocery store, it's nothing. Go to work, it's nothing. But I show up at these events, and people will pull me aside. I've had people pull me aside. They were dealing with some shit, and they heard some podcasts with some of you guys like you come on here and talk about things you've dealt with. And I shit you not, one guy told me, he's like, your podcast saved my life. I was dealing. It was actually Leah Babwa talking about how she was suicidal the whole nine until she found out she was autistic, and then it all made sense. And then all of a sudden, her family was like, "What's wrong with you?" Sometimes, what is wrong with you? And like what that would feel like. And then she was talking, she was straight up suicidal. And this guy told me, I listened to your podcast and literally in that moment realized, oh my God, I think I might be as well. and went, got diagnosed and found out, and now it's all clear. But that's just that. How many times Jesus coming on here talking about his story? People coming on here. Sunita, I don't know if you guys heard that podcast. It just dropped last week. Talks about being 12 years old in public when she's growing up in Cameroon, being pulled off to the side of the road and raped. In daylight, people walking by, nothing. And it's insane. People coming on here and the type of stories that they're willing to open up to and what they deal with to this day. And you don't know. You just see them and you pass by them. You have no idea their background, their story. And they'll come on King of the Lifts and just open up, knowing people all over the world are going to hear this. And you forget, because we're just us at our places right now talking. Thousands of people all over the world are going to hear this. I never take that for granted. And I get reminded when I show up at an event in Q's form, and I'm like, this is crazy. And it is an old hat. I'll never get over that. And I hope I never do. I hope I never get used to that. I hope it always is special. It never, I'm like, if I see like 20 people line up, I can't believe it. This is fucking wild. I go home like, shit, man, why do people care? It's wild, man. I'm almost getting emotional here, but it is, you know, I feel it. I'm grateful. I for really, really am grateful. It's like cheesy to say, like, when people make those posts, but I feel it. And I'm grateful you guys come on the podcast. You guys are like the A team that I go to. And in terms like what Gavin was saying about relationships that you get as time goes by, like in powerlifting, it's weird how you don't know who's going to enter into your life and all of a sudden become a part of your life and you're going to get to know them. You guys just entered into my life, and it's, you guys are all over the world. You're not even close. You're not even remote. You're in different sections of the world.
Close.
Different. We're same country. We're in like different, bigger time zone than me and Def. But it's wild how life works. You never know who's going to come into your life. And also, like when Pana said about Stanley, it's true. You don't know when people are going to leave your life. And not even just to the Stanley point. Like Stanley, the door just shut. Stanley was on the podcast, and you meet people, but even more, like I wasn't tight with Stanley, like I'm with you guys, but nevertheless, it's just a reminder that people leave. Nothing is finite. The only promise you have is that people are going to leave. And it doesn't have to be as final as obviously Stanley left this world, but we're talking some people used to make it to nationals and worlds, and now they just either aren't making it that far or they have stepped out of the sport. You don't know. And you appreciate. And I know, and I always knew, one of the best parts of worlds is when I walk into the fucking lobby, and when I walk into the lobby of our hotel and I know Pana and the keeper in there and I see you guys in the chairs, and I'm like, that's what it is, man. And I can sit down and I'll just sit down and fucking hang out with you guys for like 3 hours. I don't give a shit. What are we doing? I don't care what we're doing. We don't got to be like eating food or having drinks or doing it. We're just chilling. Like that's like I always knew that that's all this is, just an excuse to be together and hang out and meet people. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's an excuse to hang out. People tell me like, dude, I remember Chance Mitchell was on this and he's like, I worry about you that you'll burn out because you're doing so much. You're posting every day, you're podcasting every week, hours, you're flying around the world. Like, I'm worried you'll burn out. And he was saying, like, you're doing this, and if you just dropped off, there was no your commentary, the podcast, the repost, he's like, I think there would be a bit of a gap here. And I'm like, don't worry. I'm not expending energy. I'm gaining energy. This is feeding me. It's not taking away. Don't worry, dog. Don't worry. This has changed my life. And I shit you not. And my ability for conversation now, even in like my personal life, when I sit down and meet people and people are like a little shy or a little whatever, I can read it and be like, I don't give a shit who you are, where you're from. We'll be good. I could talk to you for how long you want to talk. People come into my work that's got nothing to do with powerlifting, and it doesn't matter. I see everybody differently now. Powerlifting's changed my life, but this whole journey's changed my life. And I am eternally grateful for it. And I never take it for granted. And there it is. Holy shit. I almost fucking cracked for a second there, gentlemen. You almost had me. Almost cracked for a second there, but I held it tight. But yeah, 4 hours, 20 minutes. What an episode. I'm glad you guys all made it out. And Nick,
Thank you.
you were sick, man. How you feeling?
I'm a lot better. I think I just need to wake up a bit. I'm all right.
Well,
The shawarma
dude,
can't kill me. I've been through worse.
dude, you did good when you were like, I don't know, I'm not feeling so hot. You
I
played.
woke up. Ryan, you remember Westerns, right? You remember how like awful I was? I woke up and I had like that sort of same feeling as when I woke up right before Westerns, and I was like, I think I'll be okay. And I ran to the toilet and threw up. I nearly did that this morning, but I didn't. And I was like, I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Podcast is a lot easier than deadlifting 800 pounds.
I didn't.
But all right, gentlemen, look, thank you for doing this. I'm not sure when I'm going to see all of you guys. I know Pana, I'm going to see you at Sheffield, but hopefully I see you guys again soon. I'll be doing PA Nat, so I know I'm going to see you again, Gavin. I'll see you, Nick. I'm not sure what event, but I know I'm going to be doing more SBD events like Westerns or whatnot, so I'll see you around as well. Fellas, keep in touch in DMs or whatnot. Let's not let too much time fly by. I know we do anyways, but I appreciate you guys and everybody listening. We got year-end awards. It'll have Matt Gary, Amelia Potter, who's an IPF commentator. You guys know Matt Gary, Eric Helms, whatever. We'll do another one. Who knows, man? Maybe it's gonna be 4 hours. I don't know. Thank you, everybody. And until next time, six pack Lapadat, six up, and we are out.